way that I can sanction just to please people. And then they say that we are actually not covering corruption. We shall not sacrifice you. So just know that as top management, we have your back. Just do your work. We do, we really do. There are a number of times when we argue with people who make sweeping statements. And it really hurts me because I've been in this institution for 23 years. And I know from experience that there's so many who are just doing their work. Faithful civil servants, just doing their work. They survive on their salaries, and they just put in 110%. They don't count the hours they put into the work. No, they don't. They arrive on their desks at 7, they leave at 9 p.m. They come on weekends to clear their desks. They carry work home. They don't count, and they don't count how much goes into their accounts at the end of the month. Because if we were to do that, then we would not do the work. Because then we would say, how much is going to my account, so I must calculate how much I should put in. So when people make sweeping statements, I get very upset. I want you, when you have evidence, now, this thing has just spoiled things. I wanted now to walk around. I wanted to walk around as I talk. So just know that I will defend you if you're innocent. If you are not innocent, I'm so sorry, I will not. I will tell you nicely, I am so sorry. I will give you a hug, but you have to go to court and answer to the charges. Teamwork. I was proud to see how quickly we adapted to each new challenge. And now teams, I could see directorates, several of them in the field, training. I could see divisions, I could see departments, regional officers, units from across the ODPP collaborated with one another to make the most of every opportunity. I've always said, and I believe it, and I'm also talking from experience because I briefly left the institution for 2 years, that collegiality at the ODPP is a class apart. You will only realize this actually if we had more people who had left the ODPP and then come back, would be having a bigger handclap. Because ODPP is a family. ODPP is a family. It has lawyers and non-lawyers. But when we are doing work, you will not even see that there are non-lawyers or there are lawyers in the room. We actually do work as a team, both the lawyers and non-lawyers. And I'm so sure accounting officer is here. She can attest to that. Because normally institutions which have lawyers, there is a distinct difference between the lawyers and the non-lawyers. But in ODPP, it is fused. It's a thin line. Great examples of this include the successful hosting of the EAAP conference, which we just did a few, like 2 months ago, as well as the plea bargaining camps in various regions. The prevention of TB, malaria, and HIV in the criminal justice system, aided by PROSI. The continued training of delegated prosecutors and our improved corporate image, meaning we are now available on major social media handles, among others. And credit, of course, also goes to the PR team who have done a commendable job. Thank you so much, Jackie and your team. Partnerships with development partners. We also took other important steps. We have signed a number of MOUs with UN Women, UNODC, IJM, KCM, Evolve, FILA, HTI, Redeemed International. This just to mention but a few. But we have a big number of partners that we are working with. If I start mentioning the list, would not leave this room. So we have a great working partnership, and the few who are in this room, we want to say thank you so much. These partnerships enable us And these partnerships have been so great. We felt them especially during COVID, especially during lockdown, when we could not see resources coming in. These partners filled in the gap and brought us this far. We have outstanding issues, which of course, if I don't say them, then people will not clap after I've left. Tax waiver. Efforts are underway to have the President's policy directive to waive taxes of our salaries. This is work in progress, but be hopeful that it will come to pass. It will come 1st July. I am a very optimistic person. I never say that, can I try that? Will I succeed? I actually just go in there, and somehow God always sees me through. So I am very optimistic. 1st July, we shall get our salaries without taxes. Staffing levels. If we don't get, I'll be out of ODPP. Staffing levels. You are all well aware of this fact. As all of us are overwhelmed, Chief Guest, we are swarmed with work, really overwhelmed with enormous workload. Management is lobbying government to increase our funding to enable us improve our staffing levels. And of course, this is made even worse by the fact that judiciary is recruiting. So it puts a push on us. So we are really feeling it. And another thing, Chief Guest, is the stagnation in the ODPP. I've always said that it was like sort of like almost a curse spelled on us, but I don't want to say it is a curse, because we have since thrown it, because as long as we have been, we joined with, sorry boss, I was going to point at you. We joined with the two deputies here. There are a number of people we joined with. And we stagnated and stagnated. After 8 years, then they only gave us 8 places. And I think you two were among the 8. Were you among the 8? Me, I was not among the 8, so we stayed on. And just, we're doing the Joan Kagezi Memorial. Joan Kagezi was just an acting assistant DPP after putting in 23 years. So stagnation has been a big problem in ODPP, but we are saying no to it. We are saying it is not going to happen again. It's not going to happen again, and going forward, I am so happy the accounting officer is here. She has been a great support. When I suggested the name of the accounting officer and I decided that let me step away from the lawyers, I think the lawyers should do their work, do legal work, not do accounts. So I decided that let me get a non-lawyer as an accounting officer. And when I talked to her after she was appointed, I told her that my focus in the institution is our mandate. Prosecution, prosecution, prosecution. Anything to do with prosecution, please support me 100%. And ever since, I want to report to you that she has supported me 200%. Anything to do with prosecution. Even the salary enhancement. You could think that the ones who are going to get the salary enhancement, they worked so hard together with members of top management. So I want to say thank you so much. And of course, you'll take our thanks to the non-prosecutors as well. Management is aware of the long overdue and well-deserved promotions for most of you. We have engaged the key stakeholders to be able to fast-track your deserved promotions, since our approved structure we still have vacant posts. I'm alive to the fact that promotions require resources, which we are also lobbying for. We are hopeful that this will improve your morale. And when I tell you that we are working on it, I want you, now I've been with you for 3 years, I want you to believe me. Really, I want you to believe me. Because if you don't, I know that there were doubting Thomases even when I told you, believe me, we shall get the enhancement. But when we got it, I saw people were shocked, totally shocked, and I say, where is the faith? My son, Kauka James, very, very smart. Have you seen that color? I have never seen that color, but that's a beautiful color. You're very smart. You can stand up so that they can see it. They want to see the color. They want to see the color that I... You see? Yes. Turn around. Turn around. Thank you, James. Thank you, James. So, James, when I say we are working towards having you people promoted, we are doing that, Mr. Kauka. Because I know that people are working. I know that people are putting so much. When the iron sheet scandal started and people started appearing in court, do you know how many congratulations I got? You have prosecutors. Your prosecutors are so good. And I said, I have so many of them. And as the cases go along, we shall be releasing them, both girls and boys. So, great job, prosecutors. Over the past year, you have all demonstrated over and again our strength as an organization and made clear that when it comes to ODPP, the whole is greater than sum of the parts. This is due to the fact that we are a determined team that sets high goals and capable team that strives to achieve them. We don't set high goals and we fail to achieve them. We set them and we measure up to them, even with our few numbers. The work we are doing is more relevant than ever today. The services we provide are an integral part of people's lives. We are dealing with people's lives. That's the business we are doing, the business of dealing with people's lives. Not anything else. People's emotions, people's heart, people's feelings, people's pain. People come to us and they cry when they're telling their stories. Sometimes we cry with them. Sometimes we go back home feeling so heavy because you have handled such a bad case. And it stays with you, keeps you awake at night. We get involved in our cases because they're real life stories. These are not movies. We are not dealing with movies. Real cases that we deal with. That's why I tell prosecutors every other day that as you handle those files, put a human face on them, then you'll be able to make the right decision. Sometimes when you're reading a file and you find that you have a case of a 90-year-old who is an accused, are you going to sanction a charge? Or are you going to remember that the Constitution gives you powers to also use public interest in handling some of these cases? If they bring to you a file which has 200 accused persons, are you going to sanction it immediately? Or you're going to consult and see what is the effect? Always, when we are actually coming up with charging standards, so that should help you. We're coming up with charging standards so that when we are making these decisions, you know, sometimes people think that the prosecutors are so heartless because we're the ones who sanction charges, we're the ones who go to court, we're the ones who say maximum sentence. We're the ones who say we are proposing death without flinching, with all the confidence, and then you sit down. But we're just doing our work. Because we know that we follow, when we know that it is justice should go to A and not to B, that's what we follow. And people misunderstand us. Until they're on the other side, then they know where we come from. We do our work with passion. So the work we are doing is more relevant than ever today. The services we provide are an integral part of people's lives and to the sustainable economic development of our country, what Mr. Dumbi was saying. we are relevant to this, to the security of this country. By the way, not even indirectly, directly. We have effect on the security of this country. If we do not prosecute the criminals, there will be insecurity. The most serious cases are actually criminal cases. So we are actually directly contributing to the stability of the country. We also contribute, like Mr. Dumbi said, to the economic development of the country. Because if we don't create a crime-free society, a society where people have to pay for their sins, we don't encourage impunity. We prosecute cases. Which investor will come to a country where criminals are roaming all over the place? No investment will be there. So we are also contributing to the economic development of the country. So as you do your work, just remember that. We are ministers of justice and we do exactly that. So the public relies on us to keep the environment free from criminals. Let's not disappoint the public. 2023 is set to be another exciting year for us. We can look forward to working further on the many initiatives, deliver the best prosecutorial services, and ensuring justice for the victims of crime and safety for our witnesses. As this year's theme is, there is need for us to ensure safety for our witnesses and for ourselves. Don't forget ourselves, the cases and colleagues in the criminal justice system as well. We need to be vigilant with the information we access and ensure confidentiality and anonymity. So let's not be careless with the information we have because we don't know what it can do. If we are careless with it, this may result in loss of life or vital evidence in the long run. I encourage each one of you to be attentive and actively participate in all the presentations, please. The topics have been purposely selected to refresh our minds in most of the facets of the service. Let us maximize this symposium by sharing knowledge, experiences, and challenging one another positively for the good of our institution and for the prosecutorial service. And also, of course, it is really time to meet up and link up with colleagues. It is very, very important for us to know each other because we have grown as an institution. I want to thank you for your continued commitment and effort. Every one of us has an important role to play in the work ahead, and I'm confident, really confident, that together we will achieve great things. And that is the support I want from you, that give us as top management support, because we are not sitting, we are always moving. Anytime we are called for a meeting, anytime at all, we are actually always there, as long as it involves making lives better for the prosecutors, making lives better for the non-prosecutors in the ODPP's office. I want to thank the partners for making this happen. They have been a great, great support. Otherwise, you would not all be here. You would not all be here. We have the government of Uganda, we have UNODC, we have the government of the Netherlands, we have JELOS, we have Stanbic Bank, we have Housing Finance. They're the ones who made sure that each and every one of you attends this symposium. I also want to thank the organizing committee. They have just come out of organizing EAAP, which was so intense, and the same group continued organizing for the symposium and for the JK Memorial. Please give them a hand clap. Organizing is not an easy thing. People have not been sleeping. They have not. So, Mr. Dumbi and your team, we want to say thank you. I wish you all fruitful deliberations and a successful symposium. I say all this for God and my country, and God bless you all abundantly. I want to take this opportunity. In 2020, when I took up office, I think in the very next 2 weeks, I met someone who were all masked. That was the middle of the lockdown. And we had the first initial meeting, and she introduced herself as Lisa Sharon Nyambe. She said, I'm from Zambia, and I work with UNODC in the UNODC office here in Uganda. And I want to give support to the office of the DPP. I want to hold your hand. And I want to report that she has never left my hand. She has always been holding my hand. And as fate would have it, she was not supposed to be the chief guest. The chief guest was supposed to be the minister, who actually said at the last minute that he's unable to come because he's engaged, and he delegated the Deputy Attorney General, who also said that he had traveled to the village because the mom is sick. So I just told the PRO that, yeah, then in my heart, I've always wanted Sharon actually to be the chief guest. And also because they have given enormous support to the office of the DPP. And really, and I said, God can be amazing in different ways. Just like he's amazing for us, he has been amazing for the office of the DPP in these 3 last years that I've been in the office. That he just continues doing things for the office. And I said, this particular day, he also said it, that this particular day, you are just going to be only 2. You and Miss Sharon, my sister, the chief guest. You're most welcome. May I invite you to come and give your remarks? Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, my Lord. Now, when I woke up today, being chief guest was not on the list. But when you rub shoulders with eminent and special people, they make things happen. So I'm truly honored. Thank you very much. I would like to acknowledge officially my Lord, the Director of Public Prosecutions. I would also like to acknowledge from the Kingdom of the Netherlands, Ms. Nona de Jong. I also want to acknowledge my colleagues from UNODC, led by our team leader, Ms. Diva Mkisa. I would like to acknowledge Mr. Odumbi, who is a very interesting man. I don't know how you do it, sir, but I think you have a good army behind you. We are really proud of your good work. I acknowledge the country manager of the Human Trafficking Institute, Mr. Taylor. Members of the top management at the office of the ODPP, prosecutors from the ODPP, and I also wish to acknowledge our presenters, those that are online and those that are present, and I acknowledge Mr. Mnanura from UNAFRI and others in the room. The delegated prosecutors from the National Forestry Authority, I also acknowledge the members that are present from the Uganda National Bureau of Standards, the Uganda National Roads Authority, the Uganda Revenue Authority, the Uganda Wildlife Authority, members of the Fourth Estate. May I simply say, ladies and gentlemen. My lady, recently we saw your office in action, and most of us watched in amazement, because when we interact with ODPP, we see very friendly and casual and humble prosecutors. But we are extremely encouraged and proud, having seen most of you in action on TV, that truly, Madam DPP, you have a professional team. And those of us that work with you are truly humbled and encouraged to continue to support the good work that you do. At this second annual Prosecutors Symposium, organized by the Office of the Director of Public Prosecutions. This is an important event that strives to bring together prosecutors from across the country and experts in the field of jurisprudence to examine the best approaches to tackling the ever-evolving nature of organized crime. For those that are interacting with us for the first time, though I beg to differ, I think we are seemingly at home at the ODPP. But ladies and gentlemen, the United Nations Office on Drugs and Crime contributes to global peace and security, human rights and development by making the world safer from drugs, organized crime, corruption, and terrorism, by working for and with member states to promote justice and the rule of law and build resilient societies. For those of us who are familiar with our mandate, you will note that we're also custodians of the UN Convention on Transnational and Organized Crime and its 3 protocols, the Trafficking in Person Protocol, Smuggling of Migrants, and the Anti-Firearm Trafficking Protocol. But it's also important for members to note that we are also mandated to assist member states in reforming their criminal justice systems and implementing United Nations standards and norms in crime prevention and criminal justice. Dear prosecutors, those standards and norms include the United Nations guidelines on the role of prosecutors, as well as the International Association of Prosecutors Standards of Professional Responsibility and Statement of the Essential Duties and Rights of Prosecutors. For several years, UNODC's technical assistance has really been directed through our regional office based in Nairobi, but I'm pleased to share with you that for the past 3 years, as we learned from our Honorable DPP, we have an office in Uganda working closely with the criminal justice system and a very vibrant team with which I'm truly humbled to lead. I wish DPP. So it was only natural that we partnered again to organize this symposium for prosecutors on top of other signature projects that we've implemented together in the past. During your remarks, Madam DPP, I took note of your challenges, and I'm extremely grateful that you've given us focal point officers led by Mr. Asimwe, who are working with our team to really look at how best our program in Uganda can support your good office. And I believe we'll continue to do so as long as we have the necessary resources. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, UNODC in Uganda is implementing the Strengthening Crime Prevention and Criminal Justice Program. It's a homegrown initiative developed through a consultative process with key stakeholders of the justice institutions and civil society organizations. I'm happy to note that this program is well aligned with our strategic vision for Africa 2030, and I'm pleased to highlight that the Office of the Director of Public Prosecutions is one of the key partners in the implementation of this 5-year program, as I earlier stated. But this program would not have materialized had it not been for the generous support received from the government of the Netherlands. We are very grateful, Ms. Dijon, for taking a leap of faith to support UNODC in this very ambitious 5-year program. Colleagues, I was just sharing with Madame Abodo that the work that we do does not attract a lot of support. And when we've gone knocking on doors for support financially, to allow us to partner with the government of Uganda in strengthening the criminal justice system. It was not an easy road, but our colleagues at the Embassy of the Netherlands were really quite cordial and gave us this opportunity, and we're very grateful. Our technical assistance in the region is also aligned to our regional program on promoting the rule of law and human security in Eastern Africa. And this program covers 13 countries, and I'm happy to note that Uganda is one of the 13 countries, and it endorsed its affiliation to the program in 2015. I would also like to note that our presence in Uganda is well anchored within the UN Sustainable Development Cooperation Framework, which is fully aligned with the NDP3 of the government of Uganda. My lady, the theme for this second annual Prosecutors Symposium is themed Effective Prosecution of Organized Crimes to Foster Sustainable Economic Development. The theme is quite timely. We've already been guided by Mr. Odumbi and yourself, Madam DPP. What we are seeing as UNODC is that as countries in Eastern and Southern Africa continue to experience significant economic growth and social change, organized crime has similarly taken an upward drive and adaptation. We've seen exploitation both in new business opportunities and the region's vast resources. Furthermore, for marginalized and economically isolated communities and demographic groups, including the unemployed youth, organized crime can also provide a source of income in the absence of alternative sources of livelihood, as well as an opportunity for social mobility and at times belonging. Unfortunately, such social ecosystems have provided fertile ground and recruitment ground for organized criminal groups. This region's geostrategic location, its developed transport infrastructure, including flights to economic centers around the world, the porous borders, and extensive maritime flank have all contributed to establishing its position as a transnational hub for the movement of illicit goods. Coastal countries with major seaports, such as Mozambique, Tanzania, and Kenya, have become important transit and distribution centers for illicit businesses conducted within the region's landlocked countries. At the same time, in Eastern and Southern Africa, we see that the fact that this region is globally connected to the financial system combining both informal remittance services and formal, the mainstream banking, has also offered a high effective conduit for transferring illicit funds to customers and criminal business partners located in Asia and elsewhere. What is quite worrying, Madam DPP, is also what we see as the overlapping transnational threat networks. It is important to note that criminal economies in Eastern and Southern Africa intersect with violent non-state, including those engaging, non-state actors, including those engaging in acts of terrorism. And we see this being done in 3 ways. Firstly, we see that weapons trafficked by organized criminal groups are used for the purposes of engaging in both criminal and armed activities. Secondly, Madam DPP, we also see that violent non-state actors may themselves engage in criminal activities as a means of generating revenue. A phenomenon famously illustrated by Al-Shabaab's involvement in charcoal, drug, wildlife trafficking, and the involvement of ISIL in trafficking in persons, including for purposes of sexual exploitation and forced labor. Finally, Madam DPP, both organized criminal groups and violent non-state actors, including armed groups, employ some of the same clandestine logistics and financial enablers as part of their business, political, and financial operations. So what does this mean for us here today? Distinguished prosecutors, the fight against organized crime requires not only well-trained and well-organized prosecutors, but also prosecutors who are supported and protected by their governments. And I was really happy to note from your speech, Madam DPP, that there's political will to support your office. I was present last year at the annual symposium, and I recall some of the issues that are seemingly in the past in your speech were some of the issues you raised. So I'm really happy to see that you're receiving the necessary support from your government. The importance of collaboration and coordination amongst prosecutors and other criminal justice stakeholders, both nationally and internationally, to effectively combat organized crimes cannot be overemphasized. And just as I was reading the list of the delegated prosecutors who are present here today, I can clearly see that the DPP is really walking the talk, and you are interacting collaboratively with other institutions. I was also privileged early in the year to also see how you work in the region with other organizations that are within the prosecutorial thematic area, and it's highly encouraged to see that interregional support. Therefore, at this point, I would now like to refer to the Office of the DPP and your partnership with the Office of the Directorate of Criminal Investigations under the Uganda Police Force. We have seen you work together. I was privileged to be invited to the validation, but I'm extremely pleased, and I would like to congratulate you for the compilation of the Prosecution Guided Investigations Guidelines, which will be launched today. This is an important milestone because one of the most important and common roles of prosecutors is oversight of police investigations to ensure due process of the law. Ladies and gentlemen, in order to meet the rule of law standards and strengthen public confidence in the authority of the police to conduct its investigations in a manner that balances rights of individuals, the investigative work of law enforcement has to be monitored. And I believe we've used terminology that is quite palatable to both institutions, and we are speaking about prosecutions guided investigations and not prosecution led. And this is the kind of collaboration that I believe your neighbors will soon be embarking to learn on how we are doing it. I also note that the ODPP and the Criminal Investigations Directorate endeavor beyond the guidelines to work together and to disseminate the implementation or operationalization of the guidelines. We remain available to support you in this work and to ensure that when investigations are thoroughly conducted, we ultimately see the value at the tail end, which happens to be the prison. And you already made reference to the issue of case backlog, which is an important issue for you. So congratulations to you again, Madam DPP. The Office of the Director of Public Prosecutions and partners, I wish to applaud you for organizing this symposium, and I wish to express and hope that our participants will find value in the discussions and the presentations that have been put together by the organizing team. And we pray that there will be greater understanding, coordination, and effectiveness in the management and prosecution of organized crime in Uganda, and relatedly spur sustainable economic development. Once again, I thank the government of the Netherlands for the support to UNODC in our 5-year program, but I also wish to thank the government of Uganda for its ongoing positive cooperation. And with UNODC, we look forward to expanding this cooperation and to developing and implementing tailor-made policies that will strengthen crime prevention and criminal justice in an effort to counter organized crime in the country. My Lord, Madam DPP, with these remarks, it is now a rare honor and privilege to officially launch the ODPP Prosecution Guided Investigation Guidelines and to declare the 2023 Annual Prosecutors Symposium officially opened. Thank you, and may God bless you all.
Thank you so much, our dear chief guest, for those remarks. Let us appreciate our chief guest, the DPP and Deputy DPP, for their humble remarks this morning. Dear all, we are now going to go into the launch of the of the Prosecution Guided Investigations Guidelines. Please allow me to say a little bit more about these guidelines. These guidelines were developed by a team from the Anti-Corruption Department of the Office of the Director of Public Prosecutions, with support from the United Nations Office on Drugs and Crime. Please permit me to mention the names of the people that were involved in the development of these guidelines. We have Ms. Namatovu Josephine, who is the head of the Anti-Corruption Department. We have Mr. Baine Stanley, the deputy head of the department, together with Ms. Abigail Kabayo. We have Ms. Gloria Nzikuru, Ms. Angom Harriet, Ms. Bireke Safina, Ms. Asiku Nelly, Ms. Chasimire Jackie, Mr. Kawoya Nicholas, Mr. Hauha James, Ms. Apio Gertrude, Mr. Mugamba David, Ms. Emily Mutuzo, and Mr. Ariong Stephen. They were supervised and led by the Deputy DPP in charge of prosecutions and international affairs, Mr. Dumbi, James Owere. And they were also led by the retired Mr. Charles Elem Ogwal. This book was edited by Ms. Barbara Masinde, Thank you so much for editing our piece. And it's what we're going to launch right now. It will be launched by our honorable chief guest. Miss Barbara, would you please come and help us get our book at the front? So I would kindly request our chief guest to approach the book together with the DPP and the deputy DPP in charge of prosecutions. Our dear chief guest, at the count of 3, you will cut the ribbon to symbolize the launch, and thereafter sign the book. 1, 2, and 3. I hereby declare that the prosecution guided investigations guidelines have been launched today, the 25th of April, 2023. Our dear chief guest, would you please sign? My lady, the DPP. The deputy DPP in charge of prosecutions will follow. Oh. Mr. Dumbi. We shall have the representative of the Netherlands, Miss Nona de Jong, First Secretary of the Embassy of the Kingdom of the Netherlands. Please append your signature. We shall have Ms. Diva Mokisa, Associate Program Management Officer, UNODC. Mr. John Baptist Asimwe, Deputy Director of Public Prosecutions. He'll be followed by Mr. George William Biansi, also Deputy Director of Public Prosecutions. He'll be followed by Ms. Namatovu Josephine, Head of the Anti-Corruption Department. With your 2 deputies. Mr. Stanley Baine and Ms. Agaba Abigail. You'll follow her. And lastly, we shall have Barbara Masinde, that is representative. The rest of us will sign after this. Thank you so much. We are now going to have, yes, please. We are now going to have a photo moment. Those who are at the front, please come just near the dummy. Reagan? It can be in the middle. Yeah. Please come. All right, thank you very much. Please remain at the front because we're going to have our group photos. Reagan, would you please get some seats? Let's have seats at the front. We can have 5. Can we please have seats at the front? Our dear chief guest, the Director of Public Prosecutions, please take your seats. Representative of the Embassy of the Kingdom of the Netherlands. Mr. Dumbi, members of top management of the Office of the DPP. Let's have this as the first photograph. Yeah, please. Let's have the members of senior management join them. Mr. Tyler, please join. Members of senior management. Mr. Andrew, please join this photograph. Thank you. Next, we have regional officers. Sorry. Please hold on. Thank you very much. Next, let's have regional officers, assistant DPPs. Regional officers, assistant DPPs. Thank you very much. Next, we shall have the chief state attorneys and senior state attorneys. Please note that every prosecutor must be in a photo. So please come. Okay, we can split it into two. We can split the group into two. Let's have this first half. Thank you very much. Let's have the next group of chief state attorneys and senior state attorneys. Next, we have the state attorneys. I'll call these in groups of 3, 2010 lots. 2010 lot. Let's be fast, please. Okay, let's have all the state attorneys. All the state attorneys, please. We are also going to split this group into two. There are many. Sorry. Thank you so much. Let's have the next group. We can split this group as well. They can fit? Okay. Thank you so much. The last group will be of senior state prosecutors and delegated prosecutors. Quite a number of prosecutors. Is the group too big? We can split it into two. Thank you very much. And now our very last group. All right, thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, you have earned your break. We're now going to take a break. Please get a cup of tea and grab some bites right at the back of this room. You have until 12:15 to do that. And COVID testing is taking place also right at the back near the Secretariat. Please try to get your test done within the break if you can.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's take 15 minutes only and come back. We are doing horribly badly with time. So take 15 minutes only and please come back into the conference room.
Can you hear me too?
Check. Mr. Please start your video. Okay, are you able to count 1 to 10?
1, 2. Can you hear?
Yes, yes.
Okay. Can I try sharing my screen?
Hello? Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you, yeah.
All right. My name is Lino Angozu Lino. I am the Master of Ceremonies. Lino. So we...
Okay, nice to meet you.
Just hold for a minute. There's an interview going on. When it is done, and then I'll come back and I can set you up. I can give you a quick brief, but we'll be starting shortly. Thank you.
I have everything. It's clean now. Check, check.
Mr. Shavin, are you there? Okay, all right. I will need you now to share your screen.
There is an echo. I can hear you, but there is an echo, just FYI.
Okay, is that better? Okay, all right. So I need you to share your screen. I'm going to get the participants back in the room, and then yes, I can see the slides, but let me ask the technician to put it on our. I think that's a slide. Can we? Yeah, I know. Let me see. All right, the technicians are just working on that. Let's hold for a minute.
Are you able to just change your layout and make the presentation side by side? Okay, go to full screen. Yeah, that's okay. That's how it will. That's okay.
All right, excellent. We have your we can see your screen now. We can view your screen. All right, so I'm just going to begin the session, and then I'll hand over the microphone to the chair of the session, who will run us through the rest of the program.
Also, maybe when they introduce you, you first unshare your slide so that you can give your introductory remarks. Then afterwards, you put on your slide. Then when the PowerPoint is done, you can take off your slide so that we just have an image of just you. Okay, thank you.
All right, members, can we come back into the conference hall? Our time is up. Our break time is up. Let us resume our sheets. Colleagues who are still at the hallway, please make your way to your seats. Mr. Kunya Noah, can you help me whip everyone who is still at the hallway, at the lobby? Whip them back to their seats. We need to start. All right. Those who are already in the conference hall, please take your seats. And can I have some order behind there so that we start our next session? Ladies and gentlemen who are still taking photos in front of the backdrop banner, please take your seats. The backdrop banner is going to be there. You can take those photos later. Colleagues, I'm urging you to take your seats now. This is 50 minutes. The photographers in the room, please, can you stop taking photos and allow the members to sit down? Photographers, take a break now. Okay, all right. Colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, unfortunately, we cannot wait any longer. Those who are still having a break will join us on the way. My name is Lino Anguzu. I'm an assistant DPP. For those who do not know me yet, I will be emceeing this session together with Mr. David Baxter Bachibinga, henceforth until the end of the day today. We have an intense 2 hours to go. The earlier we begin, the better. Can we have some order in the room, please? Can we have some order? Can I have all those who are standing at the back, please sit down? All right, so we have a series of presentations to go this afternoon. And the chair for this next session that we're going to run is none other than the Deputy DPP, Mr. George William Bianci. Mr. William, please, I invite you to come to the stage, to the podium. So that I can hand over the microphone to you. And you will take charge of this session. And at the end of it, you can turn over the microphone to me or Baxter, and hopefully that will take us to lunch. And for the rest of us, one of the presentations we are receiving, we're having this afternoon, is it's going to be online. And so we need to pay attention so that we can grasp what is being said. So, Mr. Bianci, you're welcome. You have a microphone. You can use it. You can invite your presenters and panelists and introduce them as you wish. The time allocations are in the program. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Lino, our MC this afternoon. Ladies and gentlemen, please, let's take our seats. Those who are still standing, please take up your seats. Colleagues, as introduced, I am George William Biansi, Deputy DPP in charge of inspections, quality assurance, research, and training. You're all most welcome to this session where I'm privileged to be the chair. And I expect all of you to pay allegiance to me by virtue of the authority given to me. I'll be coordinating this session. This session was supposed to have started almost an hour back. So let's be attentive. Let's try to redeem time. The first set of presentations is on organized crime and transboundary crime, securing attendance of accused persons, witnesses, and proceeds of crime. It is going to be handled by two presenters, whom I'm privileged to introduce as follows. As Lino told you, the first presentation is by someone online who has been waiting since 11 o'clock, and he's none other than Mr. Shavin of TADE. Our technicians, please connect him. Mr. of TADE, you're welcome. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. of TADE is a crime prevention and criminal justice officer with the NODC global program on implementing the Organized Crime Convention in Geneva. He has previously worked with the UNODC country office in Nigeria from 2018 to 2021. Nigeria and Uganda, the circumstances are almost the same. So he's very familiar with our setting. We are privileged to have you, Mr. of TADE, to hear from your experiences and your expertise. The other presenter is Mr. Andrew Munanura Karokora, who I will invite to come here and join us. Join me here on the high table. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Andrew Munanura should be familiar with some of you because he's one of us. He has been around the legal circles for some time. At the moment, he works as training legal and research assistant with the UNAFRI. UNAFRI is United Nations African Institute for the Prevention of Crime and Treatment of Offenders. It is a UN agency headquartered in Kampala here. He has also worked as a lecturer at LDC, where he still goes as an external examiner. Some of you could have met him there. He's also in private legal practice. He has worked as a registrar in the tax appeals tribunal before. He has also ever worked with the Uganda Revenue Authority. He's highly schooled, highly traveled, and he's an experienced disseminator of knowledge. Please, ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome these presenters with a round of applause. We shall have the two presentations, and then I will allow a time for questions at the end. But I request my distinguished presenters to work within the 25 minutes allocated to each of you, and then we shall have a question and answer session of about 10 minutes. So I will not waste more time. Let me invite Mr. Oftade to take the microphone. Sir, you're welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I hope you can hear me loud and clear.
Yes, we can hear you well.
Pleasure. Thank you, perfect. So I will share my screen to show the presentation, and I hope you will also see that clearly. Can you see my screen? Yeah, okay. So thank you again. It's a pleasure to be here. As mentioned by the chair, I work with UNODC headquarters in Vienna, and I work mainly on the implementation of the Organized Crime Convention, that we also call the UNTOC, or the Convention of the Palermo Convention. And the idea of this presentation is to show how, in very concrete terms, the convention and its provision can apply to a specific case of organized crime at domestic level. As by the chair, I used to work for a few years with UNODC office in Nigeria until very recently. And that's why I have a specific interest in this country and this context. And the case that I wanted to take as an example of an organized criminal group is the case of the Black Axe that some of you may be familiar with. In some countries outside Nigeria, we refer to the Black Axe as the Nigerian mafia. That may be a bit of a fantasy, but we can come back to that later. In any case, I find it as a very interesting case to take for this purpose. So, to start with, what is the Black Axe? The Black Axe is a group that we call in Nigeria a cultist group. Cultism is a very complex phenomenon in Nigeria that was born in the 60s and 70s, and which started as university confraternities. Black Axe is just one of other confraternities in Nigeria. These confraternities originally had more political and social motives. There was no crime-related aspect to them. It was more like with the movement of decolonization and independence and fight against inequalities and corruption. And these had the objective to gather students and youth to have these very noble causes. And actually, the first cultist group, the Eye, which is so not the Black Axe, another one, was actually created by the Nobel Prize Wole Soyinka, the writer, Nigerian writer. So it shows that it was really not a crime-related phenomenon. But what happened in the turbulent history of Nigeria, as some of you may know, with a lot of like a military coup and some political violence that happened in the 80s and the 90s, these groups, including the Black Axe, were later involved in violence. And the top, basically, the original from the founders of this group lost a bit control of the rest of the members, and these groups were later involved in violence, including local violence, such as street gangs, political agitation. They were also involved in election rigging at local level, and we see here a movement where the different groups, Black Axe and others, were more getting more into criminal activities. What is very interesting, I think, in the case of the Black Axe is the structure and the rules, if I may say, that apply in this group. As you can see here on the slide, you have a pyramidal structure in the Black Axe that gives an order of hierarchy, which reminds us of other organized criminal groups, such as the Italian mafia groups. You have a head, and then subheads, and then more executors. So this is some structure that is really reminiscent of mafia groups. But on top of that, you have other aspects in the Black Axe, and that reminds us of organized criminal group. You have the secrecy that's is very critical in these groups. So the members are very secret about what happens in the group. They're very quiet about the activities. You hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. You're back.
Okay. Sorry, I think you lost me for a bit. Yeah. So yeah, no, I was saying that on top of the pyramidal structure of this group, you also have another range of aspects that make us think of what we see in other organized criminal group. For example, when you join these groups, and that has been based on testimonies from members of the Black Axe and other Nigerian cultist group, you have to go through a range of ceremonials, if I can put it that way, that include quite a lot of violence for you to be a member of the group. So this is another similarity that we see between the Black Axe and other global organized criminal group. They also have, in terms of like the how they dress, how they behave, how they speak, they talk to each other, calling themselves axemen. So all these different elements show some kind of identity to belong to a group. And then to see why we talk about beyond the group, but why we talk about an organized criminal group, then we have to look at more the criminal aspect of the Black Axe. So I'm going to talk a bit about like what the Black Axe and what type of criminal activities the Black Axe has been involved. It's important to stress, because before I was saying that the Black Axe was then involved in election rigging, political violence, etc., which are more, let's say, violence at the local level. But actually, in recent years, we saw how much they've evolved at the international level. So not only in Nigeria, but also in West Africa, in other parts of Africa, and Europe, and also the US. To say just a few examples, because it is believed that they're even in other regions. One, probably the most famous example of the Black Axe presence in organized criminal activities beyond Nigeria is probably in Italy. So as you may know, in the mid 2000s, so let's say from 2015 to 2017, there has been massive irregular migration flows to Europe, from West Africa to Europe. Nigerian migrants accounted for the most represented nationality within those migrants. And most of them used to travel through the central Mediterranean route, as we call it. So from Nigeria to Niger, then Libya, and then to Italy. That would be the most classical, if I can put it that way, migration route. Along that route, migrants would suffer a lot of human rights violation and abuses, including sexual exploitation, forced labor, various violations to freedom of movement, extortion, and many other abuses. And in that process, the cultist group, such as the Black Axe, played a critical role. Because of their presence, not only in Nigeria, but in Italy, in Libya, they have members present in these different countries. The Black Axe was really very much involved in the exploitation of the migrants. And that's what we saw not only along the route, but also, for example, in Italy or France or other countries in Europe, where we saw that, for example, if we take the example of a Nigerian woman who ended up being sexually exploited, they were basically under the threat of members of the Black Axe. And in Italy, there's been some cases against Black Axe member by the Italian prosecutors and investigators. And what is interesting from a judicial and criminal justice perspective is that Italian prosecutors used the mafia legal provisions to prosecute the mafia, to prosecute, sorry, the Black Axe, not other provisions that they had under the criminal code. Because as you may know, in Italy, because of their history of organized criminal group, they had developed specific legislation to prosecute mafia groups. And the fact that they used the same law that they would use against, let's say, Cosa Nostra or Camorra to prosecute the Black Axe speaks for itself in how serious they consider this group to be and how organized they saw the Black Axe movement. We also saw that Black Axe has been, including in particular, sorry, in Sicily, they had quite a strong relationship with local organized criminal groups, including in drug trafficking. I mentioned here the case of Italy, but we also saw Black Axe active in other countries. So, for example, in Sweden in 2019, 15 people linked with the Black Axe have been arrested for drug trafficking charges. And one other aspect on which the Black Axe and other groups in Nigeria are very involved in is the cybercrime, so including online romance scams, advance fee scheme. So in the US case, it was 33 people that were arrested in 2021 because the suspect was suspected to have stolen more than 17 million USD from at least 100 individual victims. In Nigeria, these people who do the online scam are usually called Yahoo Boys or 419 scammers in relation to the provision 419 of the Criminal Code of Nigeria, which is on cybercrime. So just to highlight, these different cases and how the Black Axe has evolved to one group that is now really taken seriously in different countries and not only in Nigeria. So that was just a case that I wanted to showcase to show more like how does the Organized Crime Convention, the United Nations Organized Crime Convention, apply to such cases. And that's what we're going to see. So just to make the link between like a concrete case of organized crime that prosecutors in the room may have to face in real life, and how does it relate to the more international treaty. So just a quick introduction on the Organized Crime Convention. So the full name is the United Nations Convention Against Transnational Organized Crime. So Uganda is actually a state party to the convention. The convention entered into force in September 23, and it has now 191 parties. So it's almost universally ratified. Just a few countries are yet to ratify it, but it's like 191 parties. It's really almost universal coverage. And the purpose of the convention is quite straightforward: it's to promote cooperation and combat transnational organized crime effectively. So the key provisions that we have in the convention, we could divide them in three different parts. One is on the criminalization of a specific conduct, and we're going to see that in the next slide. There are specific offenses that are criminalized under the convention. The second cluster, if I can say, is the requirements to establish particular legal measures to combat organized crime, so the liability of legal person, confiscation of proceeds, seizure, these kind of measures. And then the third cluster, which is a very important one, relates to international cooperation. So extradition, mutual legal assistance, joint investigation, sharing of information, etc., etc. So on the different offenses, it's important to note that the convention, in the text of a convention, criminalize 4 specific offenses. So in other words, countries that have ratified the convention should criminalize in their national legislation these 4 different offenses. So first is the participation in an organized criminal group. Second, the laundering proceeds of crime, so money laundering, more commonly said. Third, corruption, even though there is a specific convention on corruption. And fourth, the obstruction of justice. So these 4 offenses should be criminalized in any cases in national legislation. But what interests us here is really the scope of application of the convention. So when does the convention apply to a specific case? And to determine that, we have to look at the Article 3 of the convention and the different parts. So this convention shall apply first in offenses established in accordance with the different articles that we saw, so the 4 offenses that are criminalized under the convention, or when we have a serious crime as defined in the convention. We're going to see that right now. And the offense needs to be transnational and involve an organized criminal group. So if we look at this article and that we try to destructure it, if I can put it that way, we have the different elements. First, we need an offense. Then we need the offense to be transnational. And third, we need the offense to involve an organized criminal group. So looking more in detail at the different, the 3 elements that I've just mentioned, if we look at the first one, the involvement of an organized criminal group, the convention defines the organized criminal group in its Article 2, and we have 4 elements to see if an organized criminal group is constituted. So we need a structured group of 3 or more persons existing for a period of time. Then this group needs to act in concert, and the aim needs to be to commit the offenses that we just saw, or to commit a serious crime. And fourth, it needs to the goal needs to obtain financial or other material benefits. Here I just want to highlight that if the convention did not only say financial but also included material benefit, is also, for example, to include offenses such as sexual exploitation, where there's not a financial benefit but there is another material one. So we see here that the aim needs to include offenses established in accordance with the convention or serious crime. So it's very important to see what do we mean by serious crime. And the convention defines serious crime very specifically. The serious crime shall mean the conduct constituting an offense punishable by a maximum deprivation of liberty of at least 4 years or a more serious penalty. In other words, the convention does not say a list of different serious crime, but it has a broad approach where serious crime is defined using a threshold of penalty. And this is very important because it enables the convention to apply to a broader type of crimes that if it actually listed them. Then when we saw the definition of the organized criminal group, we talk about the structural group. The convention also defines what we mean by a structural group. And it's a group that is not randomly formed for the immediate commission of an offense, so there needs to be a structure. And on top of that, there's no need to have defined roles for its members, neither continuity. So again, there is a broad approach to the application here of the convention. The third element, beyond the organized criminal group and the type of offense, is the transnationality. And the transnationality is defined in Article 3, very specific again, 4 different cases that you see here on the screen that that tells us when the crime is transnational or when it's not. So this is the text, pure text of Article 3, telling us when the offense is transnational. So when we have a case that presents this transnational, it meets the transnational criteria of the convention, it is a serious crime, or it is one crime that is criminalized by the convention, and it involves an organized criminal group following the definition of the convention, then the convention applies. And that's what we've seen in the case of the Black Acts that I've just mentioned. There is a transnationality. The cases are serious because they meet the threshold in the domestic legislation set by the convention. And there is the organized criminal group aspect because it meets the different criteria set by the convention. So the convention would apply, for example, in this specific case of the Black Acts. One last word is more like on what the convention, beyond the criminalization aspect and how it applies. The very important thing about the convention is that it gives the practitioners and the different countries, the state parties, a range of measures that helps them in tackling organized crime. So we have here like a series, for example, of tools that are offered by the convention in a case that, for example, if we take again the case of the Black Acts, since the convention applies to the Black Acts case, then countries like Nigeria, Italy, the US, or others that are affected by the criminal activity can rely on these different measures.
Mr. Oftade, you have...
Yes, I'm done. It's the last slide.
Okay, fine, thanks.
Yeah, so yeah, just to say, as you can see here, the different tools, so mutual legal assistance, joint investigation, special investigative techniques, etc., and others. So yeah, that's my last slide. I just wanted to highlight, that as I mentioned, the convention has a broad scope, broad notion of serious crime, broad notion of transnational, broad notion of organized criminal group, to make sure that it applies to a maximum number of criminal offense, and a case failing within the scope of the convention, and enliven obligations to a state party, but it also allows them to use a lot of different tools for international cooperation to facilitate the fight against organized crime. So thank you very much. Sorry if I went a bit over time, and I give you back the floor, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause. Thank you so much, Mr. Oftade. You are well within your time. Thank you so much for taking us through the convention. Participants, keep your questions. You'll bring them up after Mr. Mnanura's presentation, and we hand them together. At this moment, let me call upon Mr. Mnanura to take up the podium. It is upon you either to speak from here or go to the podium. You can move. There is a microphone, I think.
Thank you very much, Mr. William. William was my classmate, together with the CMA. I have very many students I taught, and even in Nerima. So I'm really at home. This is my space. I'm not a prosecutor, but this is my space. I've seen a lot of my students whom I last saw, very thin men and ladies. And now they're all big men and big ladies. Thank you very much for keeping that office. It's important. It's not an easy job being a prosecutor. So we are happy to see you growing and growing in the profession of prosecution. Thank you very much. If the lady judge was here, I would have thanked her for keeping you well. Thank you very much. All protocol observed. My name is Andrew Mnanura once again. I work as a legal and training consultant at UNAFRI. UNAFRI is the United Nations African Institute for the Prevention of Crime and Treatment of Offenders. Now, I don't want to go too much. Where's my slide? You can put my slide. But I want to share with you a few stories, like two. Then therein will be my presentation. Now, this year, in December, we carried out a research on, together with UNAFE. UNAFE is it's like a sister program network institute. We call them PNIs of the UN. There are about 4 major institutes of the UN on crime prevention. UNAFE, United Nations Asia and Far East Institute for the Prevention of Crime and Treatment of Offenders. It's situated in Tokyo, Japan. It's the oldest PNI. Then there's UNAFRI for Africa. There's ILANUD for South America, and HUNEI in Finland, in Europe. Those 4. But many others have come on board to become program network institutes of the UN. Australian Institute of Criminology, Rawal, many are now on board. So those are the institutes that come together to advance the crime agenda. DC basically is like our secretariat. It's a secretariat of the Commission on Crime Prevention and Criminal Justice, and which takes, of course, further whatever from ECOSOC, the Economic and Social Council of the United Nations. I'm eating on my time, Mr. William, but you'll forgive me there. Now, I wanted to give the basis of UNAFRI. Many of you don't know UNAFRI. UNAFRI is that. We've partnered with UNODC. This is like our cousin, or our brother, or our sister. I don't know how to call it, how to describe it. Now, we commenced a study on drug crimes in Francophone, West African Francophone speaking countries. We concentrated on Mauritania, Mali, Niger, Burkina Faso, and Chad. The Sahel region, this is the area that borders the Sahara Desert. That region connects the Atlantic to the Red Sea. That place is if you want organized crime, you know nothing about organized crime in Uganda. There is no organized crime here. If you want to see organized crime, Atlantic to the Red Sea. The Americans have put a lot of pressure on the drug dealers in South America. Those guys don't sleep. They know the money is where? The money is in America, in Canada, in Europe. So they must use every method, every means available to access that market. So what do? They use, when that transit became so hot for them, now they've got another transit from South America. They fly from South America. They land in the Cape Verde. They are Cape Verde Islands, just in the shores of Mauritania, in the Atlantic. Senegal here, Mauritania here, Mali here, Niger, up to Chad. Cameroon down here, and they go on Sudan and cross the Red Sea. These guys flew a Boeing 727 from South America and landed it on a dry lake bed in Mali. You know, a dry lake bed, that place is a desert, and they get seasonal lakes and seasonal rivers when it rains once. And so, but the dry bed lake is like clay. You see, it's not like sand. If you landed on sand, the landing gear would break and whatever. But the dry lake bed is firm. It's like concrete. So they flew a plane from South America landed it on a dry lake bed in Mali. The plane was loaded with cocaine. Removed their loot, their business, and burnt the plane. True story. True story. Is that sinking in well? Yeah. Now, if you're dealing with an organized criminal like that one, and you're called upon, Mr. Dumbi, to prosecute that criminal, you can see the task you have ahead of you. So, after that, they burnt the plane, meaning that the goods that they were carrying was like 10 times the value of the Boeing. These guys travel from South America and land in the Cape Verde Islands. The Cape Verde Islands are so many islands. It's an archipelago of islands. So they have set shops in Mauritania. They come, go in the country, set up businesses, incorporate companies, and sit and become investors at the coast of Mauritania, and sit there in their shops, operate some small businesses as they wait. Just contact points on the small airstrips that they create in the Cape Verde Islands. Yes. The medicine, the drugs come and find them there, they repackage them and send them to Europe. The violence you hear in Mali, in Burkina Faso, we've had a change of government in Mali. About 3 now. And how does this information leak? This information leaks when one group kicks out another, and another comes in. Then this information comes out. So, the conflict here in Mali is almost 80% funded by those drugs. The violence here in Burkina Faso, there's another group that is fighting to succeed in Senegal, in the Kassamé region, drugs. Yes. So, when you're talking about organized crime, right? So these countries are simply overwhelmed. They have a big maritime border of the Atlantic Ocean here. They have a big desert. Those countries have big, if you look at their boundaries. If you look at Mali, you look at Burkina Faso, you look at Mauritania, you look at Chad, you look at Niger. Big boundaries all in the desert. So guys just enjoy themselves there in that desert, difficult to police, difficult to survey. So that is the pressure there in that region. Now, when Europe also becomes, when Europe tightens, those drugs slowly find themselves on the streets of Kampala, in Nairobi, quietly, as they wait for the other route to open, because here there's not much money. Here, they are basically killing our students, our brothers, our sisters. Am I lying? Yes. If I'm not telling lies, every home here has a cousin, a nephew, a son, a daughter suffering with these drug effects. Am I lying? Yes. If you go to Butabika, if you go to these scattered homes in people who are ripping us off, how do you call them? Those homes where they keep our patients, those ones. They have a name they call them. Those counseling homes. Rehabilitation, yes. Those in Entebbe, where I had a relative there, so I went there. I found there very beautiful girls that she was a singer. You know, I said, what's wrong with this one? Wow, terrible, dead. This one takes the hardest. So they told me that if you've never taken these drugs, then you've never seen what peace means in the world. But if you take methamphetamine, you feel you are the best. The world ceases to mean anything. You are happy, you are calm. You will never see peace like that. So somebody said, never dare Yes. Many of those tablets are like painkillers, fentanyl, meth. Huh? Many of the people who get addicted to them start as painkillers. Yes. There's another one I discovered recently called Subutex. Subutex is when you miss the others, when the other dose is cocaine and what is finished, then now you put there that Subutex to like detoxify the other hard drugs. Then, so, what am I trying to say? Where's my presentation? Put it here. What am I trying to say? I'm trying to scare you. As prosecutors, the task ahead on organized crime, right? The task ahead for a prosecutor, prosecuting organized crime, is a big task. Push. I said organized crime, first of all, is not defined. Every country seems to define organized crime as it is. My colleague tried to define, the best definition they have is of a criminal group. But everybody has their definition of organized crime. Here we call it mafia. It's like a cult. We used to have here something called the underwater. Huh? That somebody, chameleon over has gone, it should not sue me. Huh? There has to be that thing that somebody has gone underwater, there is water. Huh? It's like a myth. Huh? Organized crime is like a myth. So we all have different definitions of how we say organized crime. So as prosecutors, that thing you should note, what is organized crime? Can we get a Ugandan definition of organized crime in our country and we get specific legislation for it? Because it is coming, and it is coming in a big way. Yes. So, I want to go much into this. But of course, the consensus is there on what are the ingredients of what should constitute organized crime. Yes. That it should be structured. Now, what is criminalized under the convention is belonging to a criminal group. Yes. So, but I think we should also have our own. What is organized crime? Yes. What is organized crime? We define it, so when we get you into it, then we can penalize you. Yes. Go on. I want to go on. Now I want to go to the activities. What activities do these organized criminals like? The list is not exhaustive, but there, smuggling and the recompetition of goods. Everything we do here, there's URA here, we have prosecutors from URA. Yes. This affects on our revenue, of course. Smuggling, recompetition of goods and counterfeit, this is an organized crime. The people who plan to smuggle, don't do it out of, it is not just you. You cannot smuggle you can't smuggle. Yes. They will catch you. How do you smuggle you? Even if you wanted, I sent for a small dress from my sister in London. For my daughter, she had these funny things they have in Absusa. One dress like this, it came and URA grabbed it, and they wanted taxes of 500,000. I told them, take the dress. Take your dress and be at peace. So that's just one dress, one like this. So the smuggling is in electronic goods, cigarettes, all those items. Drugs that I've been talking about, cannabis, hashish, heroin, cocaine, meth. As prosecutors, you need to know these things. And this is not how they are called on the street. Meth meth is largely taken by our students now at university. When they take it, they don't sleep. When they take it, they remain energized. So once you see your child, reading the whole night, the whole day, you suspect something. Largely university students and long truck drivers like meth. It keeps them awake, right? Keeps them awake, keeps them strong, like they are doing things, that hard way. On the streets, they have street names. Bikers, crystals, ice. Those are the names for meth that you find on the street. So as a prosecutor, if you go prosecuting and you say, caught him taking ice, you will have issues in court, as you know. Smuggling of stolen vehicles. That is transboundary. We used to have a lot of it from South Africa to here, UK to here. I think it still continues. Many of the posh big cars here don't come here properly. Endangered species and dealers in rare minerals, financial crimes, money laundering, of course, that one goes without saying. And even armed robberies. Many of the armed robberies we have are not, can you rob, if I give you a gun now, can you go and rob on Kampala Road? They will shoot you. Huh? Even if you sat here as 5 prosecutors with all your magazines in your heads, huh? You can't rob even one car on Kampala Road. Yes. Why? Organized crime. Yes. Organized crime. So, and that's why when I'm talking to policemen, I always tell them that you people, you deceive us with your operations. That we carried out a sting operation. A sting operation on Kampala Road and arrest the drug dealers. That is not intelligence-led or whatever. You just get the smokers on Kampala Road. Yes, I want you to profile the drug lord who is maybe seated somewhere in some police headquarters, giving the drug dealers information. And you profile the whole group to enter the airport, to where, and you are brought to the system. Then I know that you are dealing with this problem.
Andrew, you have 10 minutes left.
Okay, let me summarize. Go. Yes, corruption. Tax evasion schemes are also whatever. Human trafficking is another one. Now, corruption. Corruption is facilitates organized crime, as you know very well. But even the most faithful servant, the most trustworthy officer of the DPP may fall prey because of corruption. So corruption disturbs us. It distorts the system. We can't work to fight organized crime. Yes. It distorts the way things work. It distorts the way people operate. Yes. So when you have officers that are lethargic, easy to bribe and whatever, then, yes. And corruption is so key in organized crime. So I don't want to go too much into extradition has been talked about. Move on. It should be me moving it, not so. Extradition, not certain things in extradition that maybe my colleague didn't talk about. Offenses that are extraditable. You see, that not every offense is extraditable. If it is a political and sometimes military offenses, some countries refuse to grant the extradition. Let me first go back a bit. Talk not about, wait a minute. Yes, these are methods as a prosecutor that you would need to deal with suspects involved in transboundary offenses and organized crime. Extradition is one of them, where states agree to prosecute. One, these methods can be used in either interchangeably. States can agree to prosecute fugitive offenders instead of extraditing them. We can transfer enforcement of sentences. We can transfer of sentenced persons. We can use the red notice of Interpol to extradite whatever a suspect. We discourage deportation and cross-border abductions. Some people like using those methods. Some countries I don't want to talk about, where you just go and abduct somebody and you take them, or you go over and find them there and kill them. Extradition procedures, you can ask for a provisional arrest. A person to be arrested should be accurately described. The urgency of the case should be shown. These are procedures. I'll give you this handout for your use or follow-up discussions on how you should go about these processes. How to prepare extradition requests, how you should do and determine the methods used by each country. Others use the enumerating method, others use the eliminative. Those others say, the offenses that should be extraditable are enumerated. Others do it from the sentence side. So the eliminative method. So whatever the method, look at this. Then there's, of course, mutual assistance in criminal matters. I give the legal framework. What is mutual assistance? I was asking Lady Justice Susan, your former colleague, how they handled the prosecution of the Chadondo bombers, those guys. And because like the Kenyan police was almost like merged to the Ugandan police for purposes of prosecuting those suspects. And I went through the judgment of that case, and I was looking at if anybody would have raised an issue about how did you get this, how did you get this, did you go through, was there any agreement? I understand the matter came up in the Supreme Court, because they appealed up to the Supreme Court. The Justice Susan told me that yes, that at the Supreme Court they raised it, the issue of how they were picked from Nairobi and used here. It became an issue. So, as a prosecutor, those are issues you need to look at. But as states, these are options all available to us. Yes, mutual legal assistance to secure a criminal or a suspect in the neighboring country. Instruments that are available, of course, as a state, bilateral treaties, multilateral treaties, and of course, domestic legislation. How do you prepare an execution request? Always seek information from the requested state. First, call there. Don't assume you know. Call there and ask them in Uganda, how do you do it? I don't know how we do it in Uganda. We go to who? To Mao? We go to Mao's office. Minister of Justice. Or we come to DPP. AG. Hey, where's my thing? What has happened to this one? It has gone this side. Always seek information. Ask. Don't claim to know. Always ask. Most of the things we don't know, we ask. And of course, most mutual assistance agreements and schemes include the component of cooperation in tracking, restraining, forfeiting proceeds of crime. You need to be engaged in these bilateral arrangements. Then alternatives to legal assistance, we usually have commission meetings, bilateral and multilateral created between neighboring countries or sub-regional states. We have liaison officers in embassies, in countries, to coordinate those processes if you have a criminal hiding in Kenya. We have task forces or direct police cooperation like we have with the East African, that police cooperation thing. Then, of course, border authorities cooperate. Find the border authorities at Mpondo cooperating those ones of the other country for purposes of dealing with transboundary crime. Challenges, we have different fugitive laws and detention laws which are not homogeneous. You lock up somebody here today, tomorrow they give them bond and they escape. Another country, once they lock you up, maybe they keep you for a period of time. So we need to harmonize weak border police enforcement, weak border posts with the enforcement officers who are lethargic, easy to bribe, very easy. Regional cooperation to foster joint operations. Law enforcement cooperation, that one is key. If you go in West Africa, the G5, those countries, Mauritania, Niger, Mali, Chad, Burkina Faso, have created a cooperation called the G5 with funding from DC, from EU, from the US State Department, trying to fight this issue of drug trafficking. And it has still, they are challenged, seriously challenged. Now the French went away. So, we have challenges of lack of criminalized criminal data, a centralized criminal database where we can go and pick information on a criminal X. If you hear that Sobi, where is Sobi now with the prosecutors? Sobi was a very tough criminal who would scare. He says, I will kill you, and he's going to kill you. We need a centralized database to keep track of such people, to know how they operate, to know, to track them. Huh? And then this information should be uploaded, and we know it. Yes. The lack of organized crime legislation. We don't have organized crime legislation. So everybody does their thing. Language. When you go, have you ever dealt with Anglophone and Francophone? Have you ever encountered that difference? So big. When you meet the Francophone, they tell you these Anglophones are weak, they don't know how to do things. I've dealt with them in many ways. Yeah, and it's such a big thing. We're all blacks suffering from the same problems here at the border, but you talk to a Congolese and says, this is Anglophone, Anglais. Yeah, this is Anglais, they are, What's wrong with Anglais? We have the same problems here at this border. That's a big barrier, this one. First, you can't communicate. You can't talk to each other. You have different cultures and different... So, all those are challenges and problems in the fields of extradition and mutual legal assistance. Big problems. Then, notwithstanding these agreements, many states lack internal mechanisms for responding. When you get a request for extradition, what do you do? Justice Susan was telling me that when he went to get someone from Tanzania, for he wanted to go and pick somebody, the Tanzanian said, acha wewe, fata taratibu. Follow the law. Do things in a certain process. Yes. Would we do the same thing here? Who has handled an extradition here and tells us how you handled it methodically? Yeah. You see? So, many of these countries lack internal mechanisms on how to respond to mutual agreement. You just do things, Uzalendo and the Brotherhood and Mshikaman. Alternatives to legal assistance, of course, commission meetings, bilateral, multilateral, with neighboring and sub-regional states to address common problems, including arrest of fugitives, liaison officers, of course, task force, border authorities, and etc. This has been repeated. So, extradition processes, of course, and legal wrangles. Many wrangles are involved in these extradition processes. Who knows who is stronger than the other? Who knows the law more than the other? Who is cleverer than the other? Who beat the other in class? All those wrangles appear even in your struggles here. The lack of intelligence and intelligence data to analyze group structures and formations in a holistic manner. If we go to Mr. Ochola now, IGP, and tell him, please give us a structure of how these drugs come to Uganda. These drugs which are killing our children, how do they come to Uganda? How are they distributed? Who is the kingpin? Who is the one who supplies these drugs to our children? These drugs are killing us. In fact, I was telling Sharon that, that's another thing I want. I can talk about drugs in West Africa as if I live there. But I cannot talk about the same thing here where a person X, B, Z suffering from the problem. So we want to have intelligence-led operations that tell us that the person who brings these drugs in this country is A, B, C, D. And they are not the ones whom you find on the streets in Kawaragara and in bars. No.
Mr. Mnanura.
Yes, let me conclude. We close. The prosecution of most cases is still witness-based. Now, witness-based. Where do you get a witness in organized crime? You're a prosecutor. Isn't all the evidence largely witness-based? Yes, largely witness-based. Where do you get a witness in organized crime? Tell me. Chiefess, where do you get Chiefess to come and testify for you? So, the prosecution is still there, and witnesses in organized crime is difficult to come back. Conclusion, corruption. We need to pay attention to that disease. Corruption numbs even the best law enforcement strategies. And intentions, it paralyzes systems and interferes with the performance of the criminal justice system. You cannot perform when you have corruption, eating here, eating there, eating here, eating there. We must have a cutoff and say, enough of this corruption. We must get a breed of corruption-free prosecutors, policemen, who will say, no, enough is enough. Our new director there is from Cameroon. He came from Benin. He told me in Benin, the president there got young magistrates a group of young cadres of magistrates, prosecutors, and whatever. Anything they say about you, the boys send you to Rizera without a question. And they don't release you. For them, they have adopted a hard approach. So even policemen fear to take bribes. All the old policemen have run away from the police. Huh? So maybe we need some hard approaches like that. Go ahead.
Thank you so much, Andrew Mnanula. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give him another round of applause.
Thank you very much.
Mr. Mnanula disarmed me by telling you guys that we are classmates. I don't know whether that was not corruption to start. I give you extended time. But thank you so much, Andrew and Mr. Oftade, for putting us in the mood in line with our theme of our conference, of how we are to handle and tackle organized crime to foster sustainable development. We have 10 minutes to lunchtime to get feedback, questions, supplements from you, our distinguished participants this afternoon. The first presenter took you through the provisions of the UN Convention and gave you some definitions, working definitions of the key words, organized crime and the related terms. So much as Mr. Mnanula has said, we need to define it in our own way. I think from what you've heard, when we see organized crime, we should be able to identify it like a duck, something that walks like a duck, eats like a duck, resembles a duck, most likely it is a duck. So I think we can, all of us, recognize what organized crime is if we saw it. Yes, Mr. Mlindwa.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And thank you, Mr. Mnanula, for the wonderful presentation you have made. I also wish to take this opportunity to thank you for the support you have always given to the office of the DPP in terms of training. Have trained our staff in different areas, have taken them to posh hotels, have given them good allowances, and above all, you have given them knowledge, and I've come back always smiling, and I'm very happy for that. I have one question. I've always been receiving some leaflets, booklets, indicating different courses you are offering at UNAFRI. But unfortunately, the booklets don't indicate whether you offer these kinds of training free of charge or I don't know. I want to know the modality under which probably these trainings are offered and how one can be trained by you if he's so interested. Thank you very much.
Can we take a few more questions, then you respond at once? Maybe you can be responding to that one as we see if there's any other question.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mlindwa. The courses at UNAFRI are not paid for. The statute that establishes UNAFRI mandates it to do a training of trainers. We don't train the other low class, let me not sound that crude. We don't look for the low. We look for those who are trainers and they become our focal points so they can go and train other people. So that's why we target when we want to train, we write to the office of the DPP and say, please give us these people to come and participate in our trainings. We also want knowledge from them. Because one of our core mandates is to look for innovative ways of how to fight crime. That's why I was very happy to participate in this training or this symposium. We are here together. So one of the things issues I want us to come up with are things which practical steps on fighting crime, innovative approaches on how to fight crime. Because you are the people touching the dirty parts of this crime thing. So you know, like these guidelines that were created by a group of people, you know, including my students, Bain and ETC. Yeah. So these are practical steps. These are practical things you can see. They are from prosecutors who were touching the dirty work. Yes, headed by Mr. Dombe. So we want, that's why we target, that's the group we target. Number two, we do our trainings by invitation. And we're going to get very, very aggressive with our trainings together with UNODC. Very, very aggressive. You will be feeding us a lot. So we are working out something with Mr. Dumbi. So he will be briefing you further on that. Thank you.
Yes.
My name's Tian Emmanuel. My question goes to Mr. Oftade. When you talk of black arts in Nigeria, we always watch the media and see a lot of witchcraft being involved. Issues of Yahoo boys, men who fortify themselves to commit crimes. And basically in the law, people don't believe in witchcraft. So how do you treat that witchcraft bit of it? Thank you.
I think, can I come, Mr. Chair? Can you hear me?
Yes, please go ahead and respond to the...
Okay, thank you. No, I think on the one important thing is that actually the activity of cultism is actually forbidden under, it's criminalized under the Nigerian law. And that I think that covers the witchcraft aspect. But I think that it's quite difficult to go and if I understood the question correctly, you know, to go and criminalize the witchcraft aspect of it, because there are other, you know, beliefs, traditional beliefs and religions in the different parts of Nigeria. Especially like, for example, the human trafficking aspect and the cultism activity is very strong in the southern part, including in Edo State, which is like what the main hub. So to go out there and criminalizing witchcrafting and other traditional belief, I think would not necessarily give us the result we expect, and I don't think that a lot of, you know, that most of the population would follow that. However, it's like really the focus should probably be put, and that's what traditional leaders and the government of Nigeria and others have been trying to do, is to really deconstruct the myth that, you know, how organized criminal group use witchcrafting to commit their to abuse their victim and to commit criminal activities. So it's really more to separate the two different aspects and to say that there is an abuse of witchcrafting and of traditional belief in order to commit criminal activities. I hope that answers the question.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Oftade and Mr. Mnanura, for your wonderful presentation. Ladies and gentlemen, let's put our hands together again for our distinguished presenters. This takes us to the end of this session. Thank you very much, our presenters, for taking us through the subject of organized crime, giving us tips on how to handle and how to combat it in a sustainable way. Ladies and gentlemen, what we take is that it is not easy, and it's not going to be easy for us, but let's brace ourselves for the war, and which we must win. At this juncture, I would like to end the session, then hand back the microphone to Lino and congratulate you for earning yourselves lunch. Thank you for being good participants, and I think also clap for me for being your chairperson.
Thank you very much, Chair, and all our presenters. Ladies and gentlemen, can we give our Chair and the presenters a very loud applause for the work they have done very well. All right, Chair, and you may take your seat. If you notice, we have adjusted the program a little bit to accommodate the delays we had. And so we are going to break for lunch now at 1:30. We shall take lunch for 1 hour, exactly 1 hour. So let us be here by exactly 2:30 because we have carried some work forward from the morning session into the afternoon session so that we can finish early today. Go and have your lunch quickly and come back. For our prosecutors, guests, and DPP, as general DPP staff, we shall all have our lunch at the Royal Restaurant. And then the drivers and the bodyguards will have their lunch at the, it's called the Chandelier, or is it Chandelier Hall? All right, that's one. The second announcement I would like to make is we are carrying out COVID tests in preparation for the John Kagezi Memorial Lecture, which will be on Friday, 28th at Commonwealth Resort Bunyonyo. And the team, the medical team, is right at the back to the right of the hall. We will only be carrying out the test during breaks. So during lunch break, during tea break, and after our session. So find time, go there and take your test so that you're prepared for the Joan Kagezi Memorial Lecture on Friday. All right, with those very many words, I think all of you must have received your lunch coupons already. But if you have not received your lunch coupon, if when they're passing on your table you had taken a break or you were out, please see the two ladies at the back, Sarah and Juliet. They're just standing right there. Walk to them and you will pick your lunch coupon, and then you can have your lunch. I kindly beseech us, let us try and keep time so that we finish our program. It will be sad for a presenter to come here and not make his presentation. So let us have lunch quickly and quickly move back in here. We have no chief whip to whip people, so let's be responsible and be here by 2:30. We shall start on time. Thank you. Colleagues, let's go for lunch, please. The more you delay here, the more we shall delay coming back. We don't want to remain here until 7 p.m. today. So let's go for lunch so that we can come back in time and start at exactly 2:30. All right, 5 minutes. We have 5 minutes to assemble. Can we invite our colleagues who are still out to come back into the conference hall so that we can resume our discussion? Can we take our seats, please, so that we can start? It is 2:30 now. We have some ground to cover. Those who have not taken their tests, please, we are going to have another break when you can take that test. Let's not go there now. And the team will be here tomorrow as well. I was advised that the best time to take the test is in the morning as soon as you arrive so that you don't get your sitting here interrupted. So let us resume our seats so that we can begin our session. I'm just waiting for the chair to enter the hall, and then we will start.
Colleagues, I request that we take our seats. And Mr. Vianci, we request that you resume your chair and invite the remaining presenter. Colleagues at the back, I request that you end the sessions you're having so that we salvage some time. Members, let's have some order so that we salvage some time. We have our presenters for the afternoon session, and we would want them to do their presentation so that we can release them. I would like to hand over to the session chair so that we start, because we are really late. Our next our chair is Mr. George William Bianci, Deputy Director of Public Prosecutions. And before we broke off for lunch, we had remained with one segment of his session. So we want to wrap it up. And please, it's key that you pay attention to this session as it touches the guidelines that have been launched today. So over to our chair, Mr. Vianci.
Colleagues, let's take our seats. Welcome back from lunch. I hope you all did a good job that side. This afternoon, we are beginning with a set of 3 presentations. We are deviating from the program a bit. So we shall first put what was supposed to come on next, aside for now, the one on the prosecution guided investigation guidelines. So we are going to have presentations on digital-driven criminal justice, emerging issues, challenges, and opportunities. And our presenters this afternoon are two, but they will be joined by our own ICT guru, Commissioner Julius Peter Torach, to talk about ICT in ODPP, especially the PROCAMIS. So, ladies and gentlemen, I have the honor to invite our presenters. The first one is Assistant Commissioner of Police, Andrew Mubiru. I know most of you know him. He's the Director of Forensic Services in the Uganda Police Force, based at the police headquarters in Aguru. Andrew, you're most welcome. Please come and join me here on this table. Our other presenter is Mr. Edgar Kuhimbisa, the ICT Officer Governance and Security Program Secretariat. Edgar is also not new in our sector. Former jealous. Can sit anywhere. I will also invite our ICT Commissioner, Mr. Julius Torach. Please, Julius, come and join us this side. I know some of you, the prosecutors, might not have met Julius, but he replaced Mr. Dennis Odonkara, who had been with us for quite some time. He's someone who is highly trained, highly specialized, and we're happy to have him on our senior management team at ODPP. So our presenters, in the interest of time, I know the invitations could have indicated the amount of time you're going to be allocated, but we have to find a way of managing to have all these three presentations within 1 hour, so that we have time for the coming presentation. So I request that each of you take not more than 20 minutes. So let me invite straight away Mr. Okay. Let me invite Edgar to start off, and then Andrew will follow him. Thank you, Edgar. There's a podium there.
Thank you, Chair. Good afternoon. I'm happy to be here. Edgar Kuhimbisa from JLOS Secretariat. And it's so exciting to be part of this esteemed audience, JLOS stakeholders. The DPP is a very, very critical institution when it comes to the justice chain, as you know it. And that's what we stand for in JLOS. We believe in synergies. We believe in working together. And I believe the DPP is a very critical player, in this ecosystem. And I'm happy to be here with Andrew, my friend and colleague from the UPF, and of course Julius as well. I know them both very well. I always say that we are foot soldiers in the trenches, advocating for digital-driven justice. And so I'm not sure many of you have met me. I have been in JLOS for the last 15 years, but I prefer to work behind the scenes. Today, though, I'm really honored to just share my experiences, being in those very trenches, working with a cross-section of stakeholders across JLOS. And JLOS is such a big program. We have about 18 institutions. These days, having transformed into a program, we're about 32. And so that makes us quite a huge enterprise. And so for me, it's an honor to be here to share ideas with you. I also get to learn and maybe unlearn a few things. You never know, I could perhaps have a few things that I need to be able to reorient myself on. But as far as today's subject is concerned, I thought we can be able to sort of throw a couple of ideas around and be able to identify how we can be able to be more effective in our work across the board, leveraging technology. And so I don't know if my presentation can be beamed on the screen, and I'll just run you through a couple of things. I just wanted to start with something a little bit controversial. I don't know whether it is controversial. I'm not really a Charles Darwin believer, but I just wanted to start off with that little slide. I don't know if you can all see it. And so evolution, evolution theory, right? I mean, many of us can relate, but I think the point here is that I wanted to show the fact that naturally as human beings, we always have to evolve at some point. And that sometimes goes with adaptation. How do you adapt to your environment? There's always a lot of competing priorities, challenges, and opportunities. And so if you don't evolve, somehow you don't survive. And I thought I should start off with that. Andrew, a disclaimer, I'm not an evolution believer, but I thought this sort of shows us the fact that at some point we have to be able to grow, we have to be able to adapt. And so if you look at that image, there's about 5 cycles of growth up to that very last one. And I can tell you there's a lot of storylines in between. And I'm sure maybe as we conclude our presentation today, you'll be able to relate to what this really means. And so I'll just throw it at you right now just to provoke you. But I just wanted to show you one more thing, though. I mean, the Great Revolution. So we've been through about 4 or 5 industrial revolutions. And for those of you who really read history, and I'm sure you do, we've evolved over the last centuries from, Industry 1.1. I can just start from there, where we basically invented machines to be able to do basic work, to a point where we are now looking at the Internet of Things. I don't know if you've heard about that, the Internet of Things, where machines sort of, rule the day. And these days, we also talk about artificial intelligence. And so that's how far we've come. And I think you can relate between this and this. You pretty much see a similar growth pattern. And so society has evolved over the years, pretty much followed this trend. And from an industrial perspective, we've pretty much gone through these growth loops and evolutions. And right now, there we are. Now, this is a 1983 Time magazine cover. I think many of you perhaps have read the Time magazine. It has a long and illustrious history. So in 1983, instead of Person of the Year, so every year they do Person of the Year. Time magazine does Person of the Year. But in 1983, it was Machine of the Year. I think that was turning point in human history. I think 1980s, exponential growth of computing power. At that point in time, we began to see for the first time computers, running the show. And so you can see in that interesting iconic cover, a man and a computer in front of him. You know, it was the beginning of where we are right now. But I'll just get back to you on this later on. You can read that. Very interesting article written by Roger Rosenblatt, A New World of Dawns. Now, that's so many years ago. I wasn't even born yet, 1983. But I don't know what you think, but right now, we're in an age where we talk about digital transformation. And I mean, it's like a buzzword. Everyone talks about it these days. At some point, you know, we used to use the word .com, but it has become a cliche of sorts. But now we talk about digital transformation. What does it really mean? I think there are two words in that. There's digital, and then there is transformation. It basically means how do you literally change the way you work, leveraging technology. You know, as simple as that. And we as prosecutors in this room, we're in the business of prosecuting cases, and there's a lot that goes into that. So how do you digitally transform your work as a prosecutor, leveraging technology? It's the big question. Hopefully, maybe we can find a couple of answers today. I'll just let you know about one more thing. Now, I love movies. I guess you do too. So I grew up watching Terminator, you know, Arnold Schwarzenegger. And so there's this particular Terminator series. It's called The Rise of Machines. You should check it out. It's a very interesting movie. James Cameron. Very, very interesting. So this movie is titled Terminator 3, The Rise of Machines. Now, the time when we watched this, we never really knew that a time would come in future where we would actually begin to see some of these things come to life. But right now, I think you can agree with me that we're in a space where machines are beginning to think and do a couple of tasks that human beings can do. It's a bit scary, on the other hand, but also exciting, depending on the way you look at it. Now, that kind of poses a lot of questions for us in our line of work. So if machines can actually perform the tasks that you and I can perform, what does that really mean for the legal, you know, sector, for the legal industry, for the justice space broadly? Because this is not just going to, you know, this is not a reality in the business world alone, but it's pretty much happening everywhere. And very soon, you begin to see it in the legal space. And I'm sure you've heard about something called legal tech. So AI is here. It's the ship has left the dock, and we can't run away from it. The rise of machines is upon us. Now, it's like a do or die, but I think we have to be able to rise above and be able to align ourselves to this digital reality. I call it a digital reality. And so this is a sneak peek into the future, but I love to say that the future is already here with us. The question is, how do we survive? How do we stay relevant in this day and age where the machines pretty much have risen, and we are confronted by a very interesting reality where we have to be able to align ourselves. I call this a reality check. What is it that we're dealing with right now? So just coming back to planet Earth, away from the machines, what is it that we currently face, especially in the justice sector? So this is what I've called a criminal justice reality check, and I think many of you can relate. So I've tried to sort of be as visual as I can. I believe pictures speak louder in some instances, but right now, our current environment is really defined by so many moving parts, so many variables. On the other hand, we have a chain-linked process going on. I mean, the DPP doesn't work alone. You work with so many other institutions. You work with the police, you work with the judiciary. I think those are your immediate stakeholders on either side. So I would imagine that that brings into play a whole different dynamic. So if you're trying to solve a case backlog challenge, it's not just about the DPP. Perhaps the police, Andrew, has something to do with the case backlog that you're grappling with. I'm not saying him directly, as an institution. And so we're in a space where we can't work alone, where we can't survive alone. We're in a chain-linked environment. But also, we still have a lot of manual processes going on. I mean, this lady is really struggling with this stack of files. Where we have automated, we still function in silos. You know, you have a system here, a system there, a system in the DPP, a system in the judiciary, and that's okay. But what challenge does that pose for us, given that we work in an environment that is chain-linked, but at the same time, on the ground, we are grappling with what I call digital silos. We have so many systems spread across that possibly do not talk to each other, if I may use that word. but technically where data cannot be exchanged between those systems. That's our reality. Red tape, bureaucracy, we can't help it. We work within a government system, and we have to be able to survive in that environment. But what challenge does it pose? What opportunities does it present? That's our reality as well. So the budget cuts, I think everyone can relate. This is not going to go away anytime soon. You're always going to have constraints of budget. Of course, the huge stacks of files and documents, a bit of resistance to change. I think, well, naturally human beings, we don't like to change. So it's really a fact that we always resist changes whenever they show up. But how far can we go with that resistance? Ultimately, we have to be able to realign ourselves. I thought I should talk about our challenge scope. What is it that we grapple with every other day when we walk into our offices? Or like I like to say, what keeps us awake at 3 a.m.? What keeps you awake at night? There you have it. High caseload, high crime rates, blah, blah, blah. I could go on. I mean, case backlog, the quality of investigations. And, you know, this may not have to do with just one institution. Remember, we work in a chain. But that's our reality. Syndicated crime, low resource utilization, inconclusive investigations, blah, blah, blah. I could go on and on. But here you have it, the dynamic nature of crime. It's dynamic because it's changing, it's evolving, it's new, and somehow we are challenged by, you know, how we can be able to approach this whole trend. On the other hand, we have identity theft. If you're to look at it from a cybercrime perspective, how do we deal with issues of terrorism? How do we deal with issues of GBV? How do we deal with issues of gun violence, human trafficking? I mean, at the end of the day, we have to be able to survive in this environment. It's volatile, it's unpredictable, but on the other hand, we're not going to throw our boots in the air and, you know, quit. I think we have to be able to evolve. Remember that little slide I showed you at the beginning? This is our environment, so how do we adapt to it? And how do we make sure that at the end of the day, we survive? Now, again, I'll just give you a little bit of a sneak peek into the movie side of things. So I'm sure many of you have watched CSI, Crime Scene Investigation, Law and Order, and a bit of Sherlock Holmes, but that's fiction, you know. These guys are geniuses. They pretty much can solve any crime, but someone wrote a script and some other people began to act it out. Well, you may say that is fiction, but at the end of the day, how do we make this reality? Now, if you're like me, I believe that we can be able to harness technology to be able to make this fiction perhaps come to reality. But is it possible? I guess I can throw that question at you, but let's keep going. What would be our approach? How do we translate from fiction to reality? How do we, in a practical way, forget about the movies, forget about Terminator 3, forget about Sherlock Holmes and CSI, how do we position ourselves as JLO stakeholders, but specifically as prosecutors, to be able to digitally align or realign ourselves? I always love to say that we have to have the right strategic orientation. We have to be able to think out of the box and define our vision. And I think our vision should be a more people-centered, digitally enabled and integrated justice service delivery system. It's a bit of a mouthful, but if we don't design systems that are designed around human needs and motivations, then we're not going to really succeed. The reason that the private sector has succeeded digitally is because they have designed systems around the people. But also we have to be able to integrate the systems. I think the DPP, the way you engage with the UPF, the way you coordinate, you should be able to do the same in a digital environment. But also we have to be able to pivot. At the end of the day, what is it that we want to achieve? If we want to secure our country, if we want to ensure that justice is served, how does that translate into socioeconomic transformation? And in JLOS, we always pitch ourselves as enablers for socioeconomic development. And I think it's a reality that if we don't have a safe country, if we don't have safe communities, if we don't have a country that that abides by laws and regulations where justice is served fairly and equally, no one is going to want to invest if we're ready to go the commercial way of things. But ultimately, we have to be relevant. But how do we do that? I think our implementation model is we have to be able to focus on not just on the technology, but let us also focus on the people that use these systems. I know we have Procamis, and Julius will talk about that. How do we design Procamis around you, around your work, not the other way around? And so I would imagine that that's the best way to be able to make digital-driven justice a reality. How do we design our systems around our tasks, around our processes, and not the other way around? So the technology should be aligned to what we do every other day. It should be seamless. It should not really be strange in one or the other. And then we have, of course, to have the technology. That's something that we have to really do. At some point, I'll ask Andrew, I guess he'll talk about a few things around a digitally driven justice network. But what we're trying to do is we want to be able to loop in everybody. The employees, you need to be able to have productivity enhanced. But also the people that you serve, the citizens, need to be able to ensure that they can effectively engage with you, leveraging the technologies that you provide. But ultimately, everyone has to be part of this story. And so where we design technology that is only one-sided, then we don't get to achieve our overall vision and objective. And so it's a multi-pronged approach. And our motivation is right there. Efficiency gains, public trust and confidence. And so technology really is an enabler. I wouldn't say it's a solution. It will only drive you to this. And the question is, how do we get there? I think the drivers are all there for us to see. We need to be able to upskill ourselves. We need to be able to improve our internal delivery mechanisms. And you don't have to break the bank. Sometimes we want to have all the money in the world to be able to innovate and think out of the box. Let's start small, build on that, and be able to be relevant at the end of the day. Eliminating digital silos, Andrew will talk more about that at some point, but if we're to be more effective, then we have to be able to work together across the board. I would dream of a day when ICMIS in the judiciary and Procamis in the DPP, and perhaps the electronic policing information system in the UPF can all be able to talk to each other. Literally speaking, data should be able to flow between all these institutions that you work with. If we eliminate digital silos, then perhaps we can be able to achieve what I believe is something like this. Now, this is another visual, and concluding.
Edgar, I'm sorry to interrupt,
yes.
but you have 3 minutes.
Yes.
Try to wrap up.
That's true. So that seems like an interconnected mashup of a few dots, but if you can tell, many of them don't really look like each other. But this is how a digital criminal justice network should really look like. And ultimately, that is where we should aim. And I believe that's the only way that we can be relevant. Andrew will perhaps pick it up from there, and he will tell you a little bit more about how this fits within our work as JLOS institutions, but also I think he can share his experiences as a police officer working in this environment to be able to deliver what I think should be an integrated criminal justice digital network. Thank you very much, and Andrew, I guess you can pick it up from there.
Thank you so much, Edgar. Colleagues, I think you realize Edgar is very passionate about digital transformation, and he's the one trying to coordinate us as JLOS institutions towards total transformation. I know many of you are wondering whether it is possible, but it is, and we shall get there. Thank you, Edgar.
Thank you very much, Edgar. Once again, I'm Andrew Chizimulambiru. I'm the Director of Forensic Services, Uganda Police Force. Just continuing on to the presentation which Edgar has been pointing out. I don't know. Yep, right there. So Edgar has been able to run you through quite a few issues we have been grappling with over the years, the challenges that we see moving forward. Now, from the perspective, my personal perspective, before I became a policeman, there were a lot of things that I didn't take cognizance of. One of the key things was how interconnected the justice and law and order sector, as it were, is. Back in the days, I don't know how long it is, Edgar, now. I think now we are coming to the 15-year mark when we had talked about the integrated justice management information system. Back then, we had agreed that all entities will come up with a comprehensive framework on how we can go about this. Now that didn't pan out very well because over the years, we now have the judiciary has the ICMIS, which is a wonderful thing. We now know that DPP already has a prototype system running out there, the PROCAMIS, which we seek to see it improved. The police is coming right at the back end of the banner, and the prison services also has a prisons management information system. Now, what you see here on the board is a high-level map out of what the members within the sector have tried to look at. If you see what we are trying to deal with from a practical setup is how do we share information digitally? I have interacted with a couple of faces in this room when it comes to case management. And usually the biggest challenge is the investigators do their work and then they send the file to the DPP, then the DPP is told, go to court and have this matter prosecuted. Then they have to double back and say, can you disclose the evidence? I can see some of the faces here who have been on my throat saying, where is the evidential material? Where is this particular piece of paper or maybe this statement on the case file? And nothing can be seen at certain times, especially when the case comes up for mention many years after. So if you have a digital arrangement, this becomes easier. Because within the public service arrangement and in many other fora, people get transferred. People move on. But the cases still stay with us. So the challenge we are seeing now is that because people move on and other things happen, if you are dealing with a manual setup, things are not as good as they are. Right from the start of where the complaints are received, we have a lot of manual forms. If I was running you through the process of what it takes to do a simple case file, and the policeman will tell you, fill in form this, put in police form 50, make sure police book number this is filled in, enter the exhibit in the exhibit locker, police book number this, make sure the suspect is detained on police book number this. By the time he finishes all that record, it's very difficult for him to present it on a single case file. Sometimes certain things go missing. However, with the digital arrangement, it's better that we have digital forms which can be put on there when the crimes are reported. And all the information can run through. The other issue is about the reports of experts. The challenge we are having now is that when I give a report from the forensic lab, two things happen usually. The investigating officer may decide to look at it and say, maybe I want it on the file or not. So there is no single point of information. By the time the DPP says, I want to prosecute this matter, can I look at the evidential material? The file, either the report has got misplaced, or the report in its own sense is somewhere else where it cannot be easily accessed. How would it be better that a DPP would be able to look at a report as and when it is released? Before even the file comes to them, they're able to understand the complete case file. And also the issue of prosecutor-led investigations can easily be fathomed using a digital arrangement. There are issues we have within the police which need to be digitized. I'm going to talk more about the electronic police information system on the next slide, just as I wind up. But I wanted to show you that there are a lot of areas where we have to collect information, especially about the suspects at hand. Now, the current arrangement where we have in some of the stations is that we have some digital platforms within Kampala where we take the biometrics of the suspects electronically. But that's not the case in upcountry stations. And also the visibility currently is at the station level and maybe back to headquarters in Kampala. Now this is about to change because if we are able to collect the biometric profile of the suspect before we bond them, even if they jump bond, we exactly know who we are dealing with. And even there are certain cases where we know the suspect has committed multiple offenses, but this information does not trickle down to the prosecutor. And we seek to remedy that through digital arrangements. Once we have the record of the person, this information can easily be shared with the prisons, but also during trial, the same information can be shared. Because usually the suspect comes on the stand and the defense counsel is saying this is a first-time offender. And unfortunately in court, you may not have the time or the resources to prove that somebody is a first-time offender. So digital platforms are also able to help you remedy that. Even at the time of having the sentences handed down, you are able to actually make your presentations better if you know the criminal background of the suspect that you're dealing with. So this is the importance of why we must digitize. The first slide that Edgar shared with you is what we refer in the digital arena, what we call punctuated equilibrium. Now, what it means is that the way society evolves, there will always be a time when there is always a step change into something. something will have to die away and something will have to come. I know that many of us have never seen a horse as one of the key means of transportation. In the police, we have donkeys in the mountainous areas as one of the core modes of transportation. But who would know that actually a horse would have been replaced by an engine? But it had to happen. Right now, the Carnot engine, which is the most important thing that you use as a vehicle, everyone says, I have a petrol car, I have a V8, I have a V6. That is all going to die because now we are having electric vehicles. So at every time, there is always where there's equilibrium, things are normal, then all of a sudden there's disruption, and then we move to something else. So what is happening now, the judiciary has digitized their records. Okay? They are now proceeding to digitalize by making sure that they can connect what the submission of the counsel is, what the judgment is coming out looks like, and what happens in at the post-trial arrangements. Now, once that happens, and also the police says we have also digitized, and also the prisons has also digitized, it becomes very difficult for you as a prosecutor to keep on walking around with manual case files. It will become technically impossible. My plea to you is you have to get onto the digital train early before it sets sail. The team from the DPP is here. They will run us through what PROCAMIS has been able to achieve, but the train is about to leave the station. I request that you get on board very quickly. As you can see at the high-level mapping, the best they could pick up within the DPP was to say case progression and perusal. Now, I am very sure there are so many steps within case perusal. There are so many decisions you have to take. You have to escalate certain decisions. There are certain decisions you have to pass on to your colleagues. So I request that you render the IT team. Maybe this is also a problem that we have within institutions. This is supposed to be driven by you, the end users. The IT team, which is buttressing this, is supposed to come on only to support what exactly your key decision points are. And this is what we are trying to foster within the police as well. Now, what are we doing within the police? Recently, the police management agreed and said, let's have a central platform where we can share information with all our stakeholders. The Uganda police has got so many stakeholders at the external arena, but we have a lot of stakeholders within the Uganda police. Now, within the Uganda police, we are saying, let's have a central platform called the Electronic Police Information System. Now, this central platform is going to be laced with what we call artificial intelligence. Why do we need this artificial intelligence? There are quite a number of things that we need to be aware of as we try to run some of our things. One of the things is case tracking. We have soon realized, and obviously everyone realizes, that management of criminal cases is not a single individual's job. But we have been having policemen transferred. You usually hear the DPP and saying, oh, that case officer was transferred, so now we don't have any way we can handle the file. This is going to be remedied because you will have access to that information and all the other players. If we are dealing with a canine unit which has gone out to hunt a criminal, unfortunately, you are not going to put the dog on the stand. But we are going to have technology whereby where the dog moved, we are able to have imagery, we are able to have GPS location, so that you can render that in court and say, this is where we are. If a crime scene officer was able to go to the scene and process a scene, we are going to give our people even better tools to be able to process the scene, because if I went to the scene and I was able to recover this as the evidential material, the last thing the prosecutor wants is for this piece of evidence to become this in court. So they have to prove that that was exactly what was at the scene. So we are having digital platforms, crime scene management platforms, which can make sure that that never happens, and we have traceability, chain of custody is ensured, and so many other things. If we are having issues to do with the waters, you can imagine if a crime is committed on the waters, the marine unit should be able to have platforms which they can be able to document that crime and report back. We have so many actors. We have got other people from the crime intelligence. We have got things we deal with when it comes to major legal assistance from the Interpol. We have got areas to deal with our mortuaries. Bodies always keep on coming into the mortuary. We have to identify them. We have to do autopsies. So the health services will be able to help that. Now, under counterterrorism, people are crossing the borders. We need to identify terrorists. How do we identify them? Using which means? So all that information will be laced into the central area, and this information will be passed on to our leadership, but also the same information, the same point of truth will be available to the DPP, to the judiciary, and other players. So this is the kind of arrangement that we believe will drive us to the future. Maybe as I do my closing remarks, Chair, as I started off, I never thought in my life I would be a policeman. Not until one time some very uncouth people broke into my house and took everything. Now, by that time, I was already a forensic examiner in another government institution. I had done my 12 years. I was pretty much very experienced at what I do. But this time around, the criminals could not be got. Because even where I was, there is no way the evidence would have come to me because there was no means and there was no capacity at the time. The team that came to look at the evidential material at my house, they were able to pick up a latent print. That latent print disappeared in the maze of paperwork. Now, this is what we strive to remove. The other day, I also received a call from a colleague in Imbarara. I think it's a medical doctor. He's a police surgeon. I think he's a surgeon, not a police surgeon, but a private surgeon. They broke into his house and they raped the maid. These are serious cases. Now, you will be the same person on the phone call saying, can you help me with ABCD? How would it be better if we have systems that a report can be done, information can flow, and you also have visibility wherever you are? It helps everyone. We are in the justice, law, and order sector, or we are in this justice chain to make sure that the people who are not privileged to even make a phone call, somebody out there in the village can actually access justice. And the only way they can access justice and inclusivity is to have IT platforms, systems running. Systems ensure that one individual, one Andrew Mubiru, one Edgar Kohimbisa, wherever they are, even if they are not in the system will operate and will serve everybody. Corruption will be curtailed, and so many other upheavals will be addressed. Thank you very much, Chair. Submit.
For that wonderful presentation and for keeping it within time. Our dear presenters, you're talking to an audience of prosecutors and lawyers who are known for not being very friendly with the computers. So that's why maybe they're so quiet and learning, but I know, I'm sure they're enjoying the presentations. Colleagues, please be attentive. Let's try to learn how we can use technology to improve the way we do our work. And at this point, let me invite Julius Torach, our own, to come and share with us what he has prepared for us in this area. Julius, you're welcome.
Thank you very much, Chair. Good afternoon, everyone. Protocol observed. Perhaps we stand just for a minute because I believe we had a very good lunch and probably it is already having a toll on some of us. Just stand up and stretch for a second. Stand up for a second and twitch. I don't know who. Just shake a little bit. I'm not very good at taking people through some of those exercises, but you do what you think can wake you up. Well, thank you very much. You can take your seat. Thank you very much for the good presentations from the Uganda Police Force and JLO Secretariat. Can I please have my slides up? So my presentation is on the use, on the implementation of PROCAMIS in the office of DPP. That is the Prosecution Case Management Information System. Now, this system was designed to address the many challenges that Edgar presented up here. Issues of storage, delays in searching for information, Yes, so I was saying that the system is intended to address the many challenges Edgar presented here. Challenges of storage of data, tracing the information, sharing the information with other stakeholders. So that is why PROCAMIS was put in place. We have had positive development, but also challenges along the way. We have been able to initiate the discussion on how do we make the system to serve the needs of the prosecutors, the needs of ODPP. So that's why the system, as has already been said, is not for the IT department, because that is the challenge we have as far as change management is concerned. At times, the users of the system think that the system belongs to IT department, so they have nothing to do with it. And the good news is that top management has taken up this challenge. So the implementation of PROCAMIS is now being driven by top management, not by IT department. And sorry. So we came up with a draft vision for ICT that is effective and efficient criminal prosecution enabled by dependable, innovative, and integrated ICT services. These keywords are intentional. You can see that the focus is on prosecutions, not IT for any other purpose. And then a system that we can rely on, and it is based on innovations to address different challenges at ODPP, and also making sure we integrate with different government, different stakeholders. Now the mission, that is the reason for our existence, so the reason for why we do what we do, is to develop and harness a reliable, secure information and communication technology environment for effective and efficient criminal prosecutions in order to reduce the rate of crime in the country. So when we do ICT, why do we do it? I know this is still subject to further discussion so that we refine it together. We'll have another session to go through, but this is what we are proposing. That why do we do ICT? Mostly goes to the issue of enabling you to do prosecutions better and ultimately to reduce the rate of crime in the country. I know NDP3 will bring in socio-economic transformation and other things. So we went through a process of brainstorming, stakeholder consultation. We did some SWOT analysis and identified these strategic pillars for ODPP. The first one is on digital infrastructure and connectivity. Here we want to see that all ODPP offices are connected to internet infrastructure. We're able to have reliable speed of internet, and also that the infrastructure which we use is secure. Right now we have 51 sites that are connected to NITA. Some of the sites we already have local area network, but some of the sites are not yet linked to the headquarters where we have PROCAMIS. So that is the gap we have. But we want all ODPP offices to have access to internet. And under that also, we want ODPP sessions to have good equipment. Some of you are using computers of 7, 8, even 10 years. And those computers really should have been boarded off by now. So those are the practical challenges. I've already shared with some of you how we went through procurement process last financial year. At the time when the contract should have been signed, finance did not give us the money, much as it was part of the ministerial policy statement, the procurement plan, but still we could not sign the contract. So that explains why some of you are still having the kind of computers you have. We never gave up this financial year also. We have gone through procurement process. We of about 100 computers and 20 laptops. It is now at contracting stage. We believe that we'll be able to at least procure those this financial year, even when we fail to achieve other targets. The other thing is about digital services, data management, and innovation. The big companies, whether it is Microsoft, whether Amazon, whether it is Facebook, they are thriving on data. So what should we use the data we are collecting at ODPP for? Andrew has already talked about the introduction of artificial intelligence. That is where the world is going, and we at ODP also we are preparing for that. And already we are working towards effective utilization of the data that we have by, I know government structure is still limiting. We don't have still positions of data scientists across government. So that is, so we have to find ways of skilling our current manpower to be able to innovate using the data that we have. Already there are some e-services, there are some services which are internal, and then there are some services which are across government. That's why this financial year we worked with the Minister of Finance and PPDA, and it started the implementing of the e-government procurement system. Some colleagues are already undertaking training on the implementation of human capital management system. We have also had discussion with NITA on electronic document management system. So those are some of the digital services that we are implementing and will continue implementing. Others are like call center system, all that will be implemented. The other key focus is on digital literacy and skills. We have moved around the country, and we find that some prosecutors are not very proficient in basic digital skills. And that is a hindrance in adoption of PROCAMIS. And although there are also some prosecutors who are very good with computers, but still they choose not to use PROCAMIS. So that's where the issue of change management comes in. And I'm grateful that the top management has taken this up so that those who at least know how to use computers start using PROCAMIS. And we have also started training, conducting training for PROCAMIS. This financial year alone, we have done 3 training. We organized 3 training at the headquarters. We have trained Nakawa region, we have trained Mukono region, we have trained PG region, and we should have gone to Jinja by now. Part of Kampala we haven't trained, but those are internal challenges, but both internal and external, which will be addressed. Then the other thing is cybersecurity and data privacy. I believe all of us know that our stations are targets, including our personal systems. So we must strengthen cybersecurity. The basic ones are things like even having CCTV in all our stations, making sure that we have an up-to-date antivirus on our computers. Those are just the basics. So that is something we need to strengthen. Data privacy, we deal with a lot of citizen data. How do we ensure that ODPP itself is compliant? Then the other one, systems integration, I need not add more because really it has been well elaborated on. Then the other one, which ICT operations. This is where you come to us, you said my printer is not working, my computer has not been serviced. So we put that as a major, one of the key pillars, so that we have as limited downtime as possible. The other cross-cutting issue I've talked about is the strengthening of governance. The top management has already established an ICT steering committee that is chaired by Deputy DPP Management and Support Services. At the moment, it is Mr. JB Asimwe. And we are also working on the reviewing of some of the ODPP ICT policies which are in place. And thanks to JLO Secretariat, we also initiated the development of a 3-year ODPP ICT strategy in line with the NDP 3 and also the digital transformation program of the Ministry of ICT and National Guidance. I need not elaborate more on PROCAMIS because many of us already know. These are the objectives of PROCAMIS. I just picked 5 out of the many, but I will not again go through it in the interest of time. These slides will be shared with you. The PROCAMIS Change Management Committee, which is a subcommittee of the steering committee, identified priority PROCAMIS sites for this financial year. And DPP has already sent out a circular expecting that effective March, the system should be used fully. That is at the headquarters, Buganda Road, ACD Kololo, Entebbe RSA, Mbarara RSA, Mbale RSA, Nakawa RSA, Kasese RSA, Jinja RO and RSA, Iganga RSA, sorry for that repetition. Then there is Machi India, Gulu RO and RSA. Then we also have others like Mukono, Masaka and Fort Photo, which are ready for implementation of PROCAMIS. Now there has been some positive growth, much as we are still having challenges of mindset in adoption of PROCAMIS, because some of the complaints, I don't know how to address it. Well, some prosecutors are saying using technology is burdensome, it is giving them more work. Some of the officers want extra allowance to start using the system. So those are some of the practical challenges we have. But there has been some positive growth. This financial year alone, we have seen an increase of 31%. I hope I still have some time. We have seen a growth of 31% of cases that have been registered in the system. So the utilization has increased by 31%. And the number of new users has increased by over 71% over the past 2.5 years. Initially, the use of PROCAMIS has really been low. But this is based on the system, statistics from PROCAMIS. Then the other one is on the use of the number of people who are accessing the system. That has also grown by 36%. So the frequency of people logging in is showing that actually people are interacting with the system. That is what total users login is about. It has increased by 36%. And also scanning and indexing. I wish to thank our data entry clerks, some office attendants, copy typists. They are doing a good job to scan documents into the system. But whereas the scanning of the document in the system has grown by about 218%, the challenge is still the usage. Even for stations that are ready, they have the equipment, they have the internet, they have the scanners. Still, usage is low. But at least we have the documents in the system. As I conclude, my appeal to the prosecutors here present is that let's use this system. My colleagues have already said that we have really to come on board. It is just a matter of time. As we talked about artificial intelligence is already saying, the experts are saying there are some professions along the way that will be eliminated. So let's get on board and use this technology. And then the other thing we have done is we have assigned ICT officers to the various regions. DPP sends circulars with the contact details of those officers so that they are your first points of call. Arua, Gulu, you should be able to have a number. Mbarara, you should have a contact to call whenever you have challenges. with your system, even before it comes to me. Then the other thing is about taking good care of the equipment that we have in the field stations. Some of these thugs will come and say, we have been sent from the headquarters to pick equipment. Recently, we had some challenge of whether some equipment was removed from a particular station. And when we called one of the government agencies, they said they were not aware of who removed that device. Although eventually we were able to identify the person who removed. So let's take good care of the equipment that it is at our disposal. And finally is the issue of the official mail. The government of Uganda standing order requires that for all official transactions, we should use government mail. We have in place ODPP official mail. And our officers who go to the field have continually refreshed you and given you new passwords. But the next time they go back, you're telling them, hey, we have forgotten the password, and some of you have not even logged in. So for the sake of DPP, and also for this, in compliance with the standing order, let's start using this, the official government mail. We have here our technical colleagues. Before you leave, they can be able to configure on your phone or on your tablet, on your laptop, so that you start using the official government mail. Thank you very much indeed for listening.
Thank you so much, Julius. Colleagues, let's give a round of applause to our presenters for taking us through this subject, where we must consider we are not so well versed, but from what we have heard, it is the way to go. The society is evolving, and already criminals and crimes are being aided by technology. So if we don't also up our game and make use of the technology in the way we do our work, we shall be swallowed up. We are going to have 10 minutes question and answer question, if you have any, before we go to the next session. So, ladies and gentlemen, by a show of hands, if you have anything you want to share or hear from any of the three presenters, please, this is the time.
Thank you. My name is Auha James. My question goes to Mr. Turach in respect to Procamis and the official emails. About Procamis, is it possible to make it in a way that whenever I'm allocated a file on ICMIS, I can receive a notification? Because in most cases, we work on these files unaware that they are on Procamis. Then after, at my own free time, if I casually log into the Procamis, I see that that file was allocated to me. Now, I'm unable to make an update at that time because time has gone. I dispatched it long ago and I cannot make an update at that time. Can it be possible such that we receive notifications like we do for emails? Then for official emails, actually, and the Procamis, they seem to suffer the same challenge, that when you try to log in, they take long. I don't know whether they are not compatible with the network we use, but when you log in, they give you hardship to actually open. That is why we resort to using our private emails to transact in official business. Thank you.
Any other interventions?
Maybe Julius can be answering that one in the meantime.
Is Regan around? Regan, please come over. Now, the reason I'm calling Regan is because notification is one of the components of PROCAMIS, so that you can be notified when a file is allocated to you. So I want him to elaborate the detail of the notification module, which is in the system. And there is the delay in logging in. So I need to mention something about our internet speed. Until a few months ago, we had unlimited speed for internet from NITA. But the project that was funding the bandwidth, that project ended. So there is a new project which is to be funded by the World Bank, under which more bandwidth will be procured. But in the meantime, our internet has been, the bandwidth has been reduced. And that's why some of you are having challenges. But still, even when you say so, some of us are using the same email on our phones, wherever I believe some of prosecutors here will testify to that. They're able to access official mail on their phones. So the other thing which I would like us to look up to is the way also we use internet. When I contacted NITA and they did analysis, they said we are competing. There is a competition between PROCAMIS and YouTube, and even some of our officers used our internet for downloading movies and other things. So the analysis has revealed. So we need to find ways of controlling that in our respective stations. But the official email works for many of us. Just add on the issue of notification.
Thank you. About the notification, it's actually a module that supports PROCAMIS. We are implementing email notifications for now. We are also working on SMS. So actually, it would be easier if all of us are using ODPP mail, because that's where the notifications are going to be going. And then the SMS will actually be going to the official SIM cards. So I really encourage you to use the official mail if you're using PROCAMIS. And we're actually glad for any ideas that come up, because we keep adding them to PROCAMIS. Thank you.
Okay. Mr. Chair.
Yes.
Just something. I think at a PROCAMIS training, this is just an observation from the allocating officers. They are supposed to transfer files upon allocation, but sometimes they don't transfer. So therefore, the individual to whom the file has been allocated cannot update, because the user rights would have remained, let's say, with the DPP or deputy director or head of department. It's something that I think the users have to be aware.
Thank you. Any other questions? Yes, Andrew here has something to say. Julius, let Andrew hear. Let's hear from Andrew as we wait for the next question.
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to put my thoughts to some of the issues and teething problems which members are mentioning. I remember when we, for those of you who have seen our fingerprinting system, back in the days we used to have a manual classification arrangement. So I had staff, some of them have worked for the force for the last 36 years. These are people who have been trained in a classification system called the Henry's classification. Very complex. Now here you are, you come with an automated fingerprint identification system, or for us we call it the criminal automated biometric information system. So now you come with the system. This system has got a unique way it identifies and indexes fingerprints. Now, this is a complete makeover of what was existing. So we had to get people to have faith in the system, and this is what I'm pushing forward for. You must have faith in the Procamis, to the end that you have to take your first step, then allow to see where the errors are, and then interject with additional changes. But if you don't take that leap of faith, it will be impossible for any updates to be made. I can see people are very worried that if this doesn't happen, then I can throw the child out with the bathwater. I request, Chair, that members agree to have that faith, that little bit of faith, to move on with what is existing and then allow for changes to be made along the way.
Thank you very much, Andrew, for that clarification. Yes, Baxter, there is a hand up there. Sharifa.
Now, as he comes on board, you had my colleague here saying that notification can be configured on your official mail and also official telephone line. So if you require notification, again, you give us the information. For those who are ready to implement, can give us the information, and then you are configured before you leave this place.
Thank you very much, our dear presenters, for the elaborate presentations. My question is about sustainability. We are all talking about digitalization. And Mr. Torat has just talked about a World Bank, then another one pulled out, then World Bank took over. So I don't know how long we are going to be in that cycle. You know, today you have this donor, then another day you have someone else go over, you know, and we are looking at having a system that is digitalized at all, you know, for us. So for how long are we going to talk about this? Today this donor is funding, another is funding, you know, yet we have to look at sustainability. How do we ensure that this system is in place? How do we ensure that the government actually takes up this? And we are not fully dependent on donors or other people, you know, supporting us. If we must have sustainability in place for us to have these systems working. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chair. Thank you for that very brilliant submission on sustainability. The government of Uganda recognized the importance of sustainability. And that's why the government created a fund to support local innovators. So the e-government procurement system, for example, was locally developed. Procamis was procured at the time when the innovation fund was not yet in place. So we still have to rely on that system for a while, until such a time when we are ready to re-engineer and have a locally developed system. So the government is already working on that. A number of government systems, even the one for universities was developed locally. So a number of government systems now will be developed locally. But it also depends on the level of expertise we have for some particular systems. There are some critical systems where you may wish to have an international company partner with a local company, and that is the other option available. But as far as internet is concerned, it is about government of Uganda having budget to procure internet for all the districts, for all the schools. But I really need not elaborate on that. We are aware of the challenges we are having right now on funding. But as far as system development, that one already government is working on it. Fund has been provided. But for internet, there we're still going to have a little bit of challenge unless the budget or more money becomes available.
Thank you very much, Julius. Ladies and gentlemen, this brings us to the end of this session. I think what we take from this is that the technology is here to stay. We cannot afford to resist it. Let's look at the opportunities and the benefits and see how also we can benefit and improve our work. I know the challenges are there, the issues are there as they have been shared, but let's address our minds on how we can bypass them and take advantage of the benefits that technology can bring us as prosecutors. Thank you very much for being a very good audience this afternoon. Let's give a round of applause to our presenters. And also another round of applause for yourselves this time, not me. Thank you. MC, have back your mic. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Bianci, for chairing this session. And we thank the presenters. You may resume your seats. I would like to call upon the chair for the next session, none other than Mr. Lino Angzu, Assistant DPP and Head of the International Crimes Department, who will invite the presenters of the next session. And please pay attention and contribute to the discussion.
Thank you, members. I know it is afternoon. We must be a little tired after lunch, but usually it wears out at around 4 p.m. So I'm sure we will all. Unfortunately, we started a little late, and so we might finish here a little late as well. Let us persevere, and we finish with our business for today. We only have one more session to close the day. It shouldn't be more than 1.5 hours. And so please pay attention. As the day goes, I think the presentations get more interesting. This afternoon, we shall be hearing about trial advocacy, general principles and practices, and we shall also be learning about prosecution-guided investigations, practical experiences and challenges, and we have two distinguished presenters who will take us through this, and I will invite them in this order. The first presenter is Mr. Nelson Nerima. Mr. Nerima, you are welcome to join me on the stage. You might want to use this side because there are no stairs on that side. Mr. Nerima is a distinguished advocate of the High Court of Uganda. I'm sure a lot of you know him from other areas, academics and things like this. Mr. Nerima, you're most welcome. I am also inviting Ms. Namatov Josephine, my colleague, to come and join us on the stage. Ms. Namatov Josephine is the head of the Anti-Corruption Department in the office of the DPP. The woman in the eye of the storm. This time it's not the man, but the woman in the eye of the storm. Josephine, you are most welcome. So we will start with Mr. Nelson. Mr. Nelson, you have 40 minutes according to the program, but we will appreciate if you take less time. But please do exhaust your presentation. You can choose to present while you're seated or while you're standing, and you're most welcome. All right.
Thank you. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. It's my pleasure to stand before all of you, distinguished prosecutors of Uganda and your guests, to make a presentation. According to the program, I'm supposed to speak about trial advocacy, general principles and practices. However, I will not speak about general principles and practices of advocacy, although that's what the program says. Reason being, all the prosecutors here qualified for the award of the degree of Bachelor of Laws from the different universities. You also qualified for the award of a diploma in legal practice, and you were found to be proficient in the art of advocacy. And some of you were in my class. Therefore, I deem that there is no need to talk about the principles of trial advocacy once again. I wouldn't like to recreate the classroom in this room. I'll just share with you a few thoughts which I have come up with, because this is a symposium. In a symposium, we do not intend to lecture you on what you already know, but I think a symposium is helpful to enable us to sharpen our intellect, to broaden perspectives, and see how we can do things differently. We may not get new knowledge, but we sharpen intellect, broaden perspectives, and see how we can approach problems differently and how we can do things differently. So this is not intended to be a trial advocacy training. However, we are the bosses, John Baptist and William. In case you need specialized training in trial advocacy, we can arrange that in a different forum and on a different occasion. It is important that once in a while we look back and see how we have been doing our work and assess ourselves as to whether we've been up to the task. We take stock of how we have been doing it correctly and maybe areas where we can improve. I should point out that currently criminal practice is a rather small area of practice in Uganda, probably because most suspects and accused persons cannot afford legal services. But with an increase in the number of young lawyers coming out, I'm sure that all areas of practice are going to have many practitioners, including criminal practice. So very soon, you'll be having very formidable opponents on the other side in the form of young lawyers who are being churned out. It's therefore important that we constantly reinvent ourselves and the way we go about doing our work. Now, advocacy. All of us know that advocacy comes from the word advocate. Advocate is an English word, which in turn comes from a Latin word, advocatus, meaning one who is called in to do what? Advocatus, one called in to do what? But all of you got diploma in legal practice. Yes, advocatus, one who is called in to plead on behalf of another. So all prosecutors are advocates. Forget about the technical meaning of signing the role. That is good. But when you are prosecuting or defending, you are advocating or you are an advocate. And as we've seen, the root of the word is one called in to plead on behalf of another. So the question is, when a prosecutor is conducting trial advocacy, on whose behalf are you pleading? Who? the state. Is the state a person? Is it an institution? No. I think the state is an abstract construct which you cannot see and you cannot touch. But on the defense side, when you are pleading or advocating on behalf of another, who is that other? The accused person who has flesh, blood, bones, relatives, neighbors, wives, husband, father, mother. Are you seeing the difference? The accused person's advocate is pleading on behalf of a person whom you can see. But you, the prosecutor, you are claiming to be pleading on behalf of the state, who is intangible. You cannot see the state, you cannot touch the state. One advantage of pleading on behalf of someone you can see, maybe it gives you more zeal, not so. Actually, sometimes you see a defense counsel conducting the case with almost religious zeal. Why? He's pleading on behalf of a person with flesh and blood. So it is very important that when we talk about trial advocacy, we are very clear about whom we are advocating for or pleading for. If you do it in the abstract, you lose gas easily. You wear down easily. You do not get ideas. Or yes, I was saying that whenever you talk about advocating, there is always a person you are advocating for. And we are looking at the difference between a prosecutor and a defense counsel. That a prosecutor is advocating for a state, which is an abstract legal construct. However, even if the state is abstract, still you must do your work and advocate for the state. Shortly we shall be seeing the difficulties in being an advocate of something which is abstract. But the bottom line is, you cannot talk about trial advocacy unless you are sure about whom you are advocating. If someone is a good Muslim, what do they call it when a Muslim is propagating Islam? By the way, I have knowledge about Islam. In private, I will tell you why. What is it called? You are a Muslim. What is it called, propagating Islam? No. The Arabic word. Begins with D. You are a Muslim. Eh? It's called what? Dawah. Yes. So when dawah, when you are propagating Islam, i.e. advocating, who is the foremost teacher of Islam in history? The Prophet Muhammad. So when an imam or a sheikh is teaching about Islam, whenever he mentions Nabi Muhammad, doesn't even change the intonation of the voice. Nabi Muhammad, then he will say, Swa wa salam. Are you seeing advocacy? You are teaching Islam, but there is a person who did what? Who was sent by God. Can you imagine teaching Islam without Nabi Muhammad? Would it be easy? It's not easy. I'm trying to drive my point of the importance of knowing whom you are advocating for. If you want people to get saved, whenever you mention getting saved, you talk about who? Jesus Christ. You cannot talk about getting saved without Jesus Christ. If you are propagating NRM, So if you are spreading the gospel of NRM, you have to talk about who? The vision bearer of NRM, whom all of you know very well. So the advocates in private practice, it's easy for them, as I have said, because they are advocating for someone they are seeing. But even you are an advocate. Only that yours is a little bit complicated, but you cannot get the energy to submit with the vigor with which a sheikh talks about Nabi Muhammad, unless you first drum into your head on whose behalf you are standing there in court. So who is the state? Is it the people? I think in America they don't say USA versus so on. So they say the people of the state of California versus Nelson Nerima. It is the people. So I presume you can say, I am advocating for the people. However, some scholars are disputing that. Is it true that it is only the prosecution which speaks for the people in court? Is it true? Is it true? No, there are some scholars who say that that approach is wrong. It makes two wrong assumptions. One, assuming that the prosecutor is the only one who speaks for the people, because the people have interests which go beyond merely prosecuting and punishing the accused. Is that true? Is it true? Is the people's interest only prosecuting and punishing an offender? No. If you are prosecuting a case of abuse of office, someone used a government vehicle for a long time to ferry cow dung, building materials, etc. to his project in the village. But the project is benefiting the locals. What is the interest of the people? My senior. What is the interest of the people? And let us distinguish the people of Uganda and also the people of that village. Yes.
My understanding is that whether the people of that village are benefiting from whatever the minister is doing, the general principle is that the minister is using the taxpayers' money in the wrong way. He's utilizing a vehicle that was given to him to facilitate his movement in abuse of the authority of his office. So every taxpayer would be interested to know that this man is dealt with justly, and who stands for the people in this place. In that position, it would be the state attorney for the DPP. You could start with the taxpayer. The taxpayer whose money was deducted and rather collected and the vehicle bought for the minister. That's part of the people.
But as I have said, the word the people can be complicated. You can have the people generally, but then you also you have subsets of the what? Of the people. If an 18-year-old young man defiles a 16-year-old girl who dropped out in P3, is it a criminal offense? 17-year-old boy, no, 18-year-old, is it a man or a boy, 18-year-old? In law, he's a man. In law, an 18-year-old is a man, but in reality, isn't he a boy? 18-year-old man defiles 16-year-old girl who dropped out in P3. According to criminal law, he must be prosecuted for defilement. That is what your boss has called the people. The people demand that if you commit an offense of defilement, you must be prosecuted. But we should not forget that people has subsets. What about the 16-year-old girl who dropped out of P3 was impregnated by an 18-year-old, gave birth to a baby. She has no help. The only help she gets is from this 18-year-old who defiled her. And he earns a living by fetching water. You, Mr. Prosecutor, you make a decision to do what? To have him charged. And you pray for a stiff sentence to send a message to other defilers. So the people generally will be happy. What about this young mother? Is she part of the people? Is she? What about the baby who has been getting a cup of milk because the defiler fetches water every day and they are able to buy milk? So this concept of the people is a bit complex. Actually, many people have written scholarly papers about it, and another time we can discuss it fully. But the bottom line is we assume you are advocating for the people. However, the people might have different interests because people have subsets. So when you are doing your trial advocacy, at the back of your mind, you are not advocating for yourself, you are advocating for the people. And it is up to you to determine how to reconcile the sometimes competing interests of the people. Before I leave this introduction, I want to emphasize again, you cannot enjoy your work, you cannot enjoy advocacy unless you are very clear about whom you are advocating for. Now, having identified the interests which you are going to advance in a trial, just like any other advocate, you need certain skills in order to succeed in advocating for the person whom you are representing in court. There are some essential skills of every advocate, which we shall not go into detail now, but it is important to remind ourselves. What are the essential skills you need to advocate? One, ability to persuade orally. Ability to persuade orally, ability to persuade in written argument. You should be able to carry out cogent legal and factual analysis, i.e., analyzing the law and facts, developing reasoned arguments, forensic skills with evidence, and lastly, all the above must be done to high ethical standards. We can say that the prosecution case is a mosaic. You know a mosaic? A mosaic. Anyone here who did art, who can help us? A mosaic. A mosaic is like a picture made up of different constituent parts. So you can say that a prosecution case is like a mosaic, which is very impressive when you look at it, especially at the conclusion of investigations. All the pieces and puzzles have been put together during investigations using blocks of evidence or pieces of evidence. However, this impressive mosaic or picture, which has been painstakingly put together in evidence, can it be transplanted to the court and presented to the judge? No. Because that is police file, is containing investigations. And when you look at it, it's extremely impressive. Impressive as it is, you cannot carry the police file and say, Your Lordship, here is the result of the investigation. All the ingredients have been proved. Your Lordship, in your free time, Please peruse. And I urge you to convict. Is that how it's done? No. But you have an impressive case in your file. What is your role in trial advocacy as a prosecutor? To unpack this mosaic, recreate it in court, and persuade the what? The court. So you should have the ability to unpack the case as investigated and represent it or recreate it where? In the courtroom. Do not fall into the temptation of thinking that merely because you have an impressive case in your police file, it will be impressive to the judge. Many of the things in your file are stated in language which is vague or too technical or too detailed, or some things might be irrelevant, not so. What is your job? To unpack this impressive thing, recreate it in court in a way which is persuasive. Many times, advocates fail or forget to unpack. You get impressed by what you have. You must unpack. And we are going to look at 2 or 3 ideas on how to unpack and present something which is convincing. If you do not learn how to unpack and present, you will find this wonderful building crumbling before your very eyes. And I think it has happened to all of us. You have a very good case assembled in your file, but when you present it in court, it crumbles before your eyes. You must be very clear as to what you want to prove or disprove. That is tip number 1. Be very clear with what you want to prove, what you want to disprove, and then how you will go about it. You can make a mistake of spending a lot of energy on things which don't require you to prove. And then you spend very little energy on things which you must prove. And then, as I have said, you must be clear about how you are going to go about either proving or disproving. You are aware that sometimes you have a duty to disprove certain things. Only that sometimes you get a duty to disprove when it is too late. Can't it happen? When it is too late to, yet the burden is on you. When an accused person raises an alibi, does the state have an obligation to show that the alibi is false? But do you always have that opportunity? Sometimes it is too late. So bear in mind the need to be clear what you want to prove, to disprove, and how you are going to do it. In civil litigation, with which I am very familiar, we have a system of pleadings. In civil litigation, there is no trial by ambush. A party is expected to prove his case based on his pleadings, i.e., if it is a plaintiff, he proves what is in the plaint. Defendant leads evidence according to what is in his written statement of defense. You cannot be allowed at a trial of a civil case to depart from your pleadings. However, in criminal trials, we do not have a similar system of pleadings. Only the prosecution is required to disclose their case. Is there an obligation on the defense to disclose their strategy of defense or to disclose their witnesses? No. So in a criminal trial, the state discloses, but the defense does not disclose. So you are likely to be taken by surprise sometimes. That is why it is important right from the start to be very clear about what you have to prove, what you have to disprove, and how you will go about it. As a, by the way, is it possible in our current constitutional framework to require an accused person to disclose what his defense will be and how he will prove it? Is it possible that you disclose the witnesses you will call? If you intend to raise an alibi, you tell the state, I intend to raise an alibi, and so on. Mr. Biansi, is it possible to pass a law requiring the defense to disclose its case? Let us hear from William.
I don't think it is possible in the current legal framework, because he's not, he's innocent until proved guilty. It is you to prove him guilty. So you can't require him at the very beginning to state his position.
Do we have anyone here who was trained in England? Anyone who was trained in England? A master's diploma or anything? Anyone? Where? Yes, in England we have a law. Criminal Procedure and Investigations Act 1996.
I wasn't actually trained in England. But all I know is that at committal, like if the matter is being committed to High Court, the accused is under obligation to disclose the witnesses they may intend to rely on or the evidence, but only that the court may dispense with it, because usually they are unrepresented. And you would understand, you know, because in the modern world, even at that stage, they are represented. So the courts here in Uganda may dispense with it. But, and even then for the alibi, the authorities, that is the courts on appeal, have already decided on it, that where the alibi is raised at a later stage, then it may be said that it is an afterthought. So the accused is also required to disclose it at least at the earliest, you know, if they are at police or, you know, but not coming at a lesser stage, and then they are disclosing alibi or telling us that I was in a different.
Is an accused person under a legal obligation to raise an alibi at the police? Eh? So what is the definition of earliest? Eh? Supposing he keeps quiet. Anyway, that is the challenge you face, is that under our laws, an accused person is not under a legal obligation. So you can spring up a surprise. A person can even come up with a passport with stamps. Have you seen such cases? A passport complete with stamps showing exit and entry back into the country. It is possible, which is unfortunate. But in a civil case, we shall say, no, no, no. In your defense, you never alleged that you had traveled to Kenya. You never attached your passport as a document to be relied upon. But in criminal, someone can spring up a surprise, which makes advocacy a little bit difficult, but not impossible. Now, all of us know that in a criminal trial, you prove elements or ingredients of the offense. I think everybody knows that. But you might lose because of a certain details which were relevant but were not proved. Certain details were relevant but not proved. So one of the most important principles which you should never forget is detail. In English they say the devil is in the detail. Not details, but in the detail. The devil is in the detail. So a successful examination in chief or cross-examination or re-examination must help the witness to bring out the relevant detail. Sometimes you'll find that even the police statements just gloss over a matter but don't bring out the detail. And when you are leading a witness, because you are busy, you might forget, and the witness just speaks about something generally without going into the detail. I will begin with an example in civil. For instance, land. If your client is alleging that he's a bona fide occupant of land, that is his defense. I am not a trespasser, I am a bona fide occupant. If you want to prove that he's a bona fide occupant, which law do you read first to get the ingredients? Land Act. A bona fide occupant is someone who occupied land for how many years? 12 years before the coming into force of 1995 Constitution. Occupied and did what? Occupied and utilized. 12 years before the coming into force of 95 Constitution. Unchallenged by the registered owner. So if you are very busy, the witness will come and say, where are you, on what basis are you occupying the land? I am a bona fide occupant. Can you tell the court when you occupied the land? 1982 is when I occupied land. And the counsel will congratulate himself that his witness has said he occupied the land when? 1982. How many years are those before the 95 Constitution? How many? 13 years. But have you proved that your client is a bona fide occupant? What haven't you asked him to testify on? Eh? Did he utilize? Did he occupy? Maybe you might remember and ask, what were you doing on this land? Then he will say, I was growing food. Is that enough? You ask him, what food were you growing? Who are the neighbors of the land? If he says, I developed it, what development did you put? I built a house. Can you describe the house? Bricks, cement, iron sheets, etc. He's describing the house. Did you have approved plans for the house? Will you ask that? Yes. If you don't ask it, counsel on the other side will do what? Will ask in cross-examination. If there is a weakness in your case, please raise it in examination in chief. Otherwise, if it is raised by the other side, damage will be done. So if your client built a house but had no approved, please ask, did your house have plans? Then you will say, I did not have approved plans. Then you will ask why. At the time of the house, Kasangati was a rural area. It was not a planning area. Therefore, there was no need for plans. You've listed the detail. So the problem comes is that even in criminal cases, many times the police statements have the general information, but they are lacking in the details. So it is your role to bring out the detail. Have you heard of a man called Epstein? Jeffrey Epstein. Jeffrey Epstein. He was a famous producer in America. You've heard of him? I would expect prosecutors to be following these cases. He was charged with several counts of sexual assault. I'll just give you an example of detail. He used to take young women to his house. I think he had what you call pimps who would get for him young women. And since he was a famous producer in Hollywood, he would use his position to sexually abuse young women. So one time, one of the women gave a statement to police that the man sexually assaulted her. And she told the police about the shape of Epstein's genitals. She said his genitals were weird. And they asked her, what do you mean weird? That his genitals were egg-shaped. I think he had a deformity. Is that a detail? And when he was called in for a deposition, the prosecutor asked him, is it true that your genitals are egg-shaped? Eh? Is that a genuine question? Can it help to corroborate? Yes. If a defilement victim tells the police that the man was circumcised, is it a relevant detail or it's irrelevant? Eh? Or if a rape victim says, the ceiling, no, there was no ceiling. You could see the what? In his room, in his muzigo, you could see the iron sheets. There was no ceiling. And the timbers were painted color red. Is that a detail? So sometimes we leave out details which are critically important. One time I was handling a case of a woman who wanted to prove that she was married to a dead man. But she had no marriage certificate, no photographs of the introduction, nothing. But we wanted to prove that she was married. At the time of the alleged Kwanjula, her father was already dead. But she said, my Kwanjula, we went to my elder brother. Kwanjula was where? My elder brother, because he's our father's heir. So our father's heir is my father. That is where the introduction was. And I'll tell you how I elicited the detail. Where was the introduction? District, sub-county, village. Where was the ceremony? A place. In a customary marriage, what must be done to prove that a marriage has taken place? Bride? In Uganda, do you take cows? No. So, I asked the brother, did the husband pay you? He said, yes, he paid. What do you call that payment? Are you following? Don't just say he paid. Since you are alleging that the marriage was under Baganda custom, go deeper. What did he pay? He answers, it is called, he paid the what? Omutwalo. What was the mutwalo which he gave you? And he said, he gave me a njatula. Mr. Byansi, tell them what a njatula is.
Njatula is the hymn book used in Anglican Church.
He gave me a what? A njatula. Are you seeing the detail? And then after that, I wrote to them a letter wishing them happiness in marriage. Now in cross-examination, the council started. You woman, do you have photographs of the introduction? If a person has given elaborate evidence, the date, the time, the district, the bride price, how the ceremony was conducted, and then you ask about photographs of something which took place 30 years ago, will it be relevant in cross-examination? No, because enough detail has already been given. So please, the devil is in the detail. Don't assume that you can prove just by making generalized allegations. The police, most of them are not legally trained. So when they are recording statements, many times they leave out detailed. And it is your work that when you are leading a witness, don't leave out any detail. It is true that most of your statements are very lengthy, because at the police, a person is allowed to say all he or she wants. Now, we went, I was told that the lawyer handling the land is called Nerima. I got a border. I waved to the border. I told him, you stop. He said, Madam, what do you want? I'm going to Kampala Road to see a lawyer. I'm told the lawyer is the one who handles. I asked the border man, how much will you charge me from the old taxi park to Kampala Road? He said, 10,000. I told him, no. 10,000 is a lot of money. We bargained. We agreed on 5,000. He took me. When we reached Kampala Road, I told him, stop. I saw the signpost of the building. I went. I found a policeman. I asked him, these lawyers, they are on what floor? He said, the lawyers are on floor 9. I went to the lift. I pressed number 9. I went up. The lift opened. I found a brown woman at the reception. I asked her, is this Nerima's chambers? She said, yes. Why do you want to see him? Because we are going to handle a land transaction. She told me, sit down. I sat down. Then she gave me a form. I filled it. The form was asking, whom do you want to see? I want to see Nerima. After a few minutes, they called me to go in, and I saw the lawyer. And the lawyer claimed that he's counsel for the land owner. He showed me a title. Are you seeing a lot of unnecessary information? And many times police statements are like that.
Mr. Nelson, I apologize for interrupting you,
yes,
but you are running
I'm going
out
to
of
wind
time.
I'm going to
but
wind
you are
up.
a perfect advocate, so I will.
Yes,
I
I'm going to wind up in
to
a few
your
minutes.
application for extension of time.
Yes, we can add a few minutes.
5 minutes.
Yes, so what I'm trying to emphasize is that many times the police statements are packed with a lot of unnecessary detail and leave out the detail which you need to secure a conviction. So it is up to you to sift what is relevant, leave it out, and concentrate on the details which are relevant. We shall end by looking at a few statutes just to illustrate the importance of detail. Prevention of Trafficking in Persons Act. Prevention of Trafficking in Persons Act. Is it enough to prove that I moved a person from Entebbe to Oman? Or there are certain details which I must prove? You know the answer. Narcotic Drugs and Psychotropic Substances Act. If you find marijuana, marijuana plants at the back of my house on about an area measuring about 20 feet by 20 feet, marijuana plants, is that evidence that I am cultivating it? 20 feet by 20 feet, is that evidence that I am cultivating? Does the Act define cultivation? Does the Act define cultivation? So the person who found the marijuana has to be led to show evidence of what? Is possession of those plants growing an offense, or the offense is cultivation? Eh? The Act defines the meaning of cultivation. Wildlife Act. How would you prove that an animal is wild? Is it enough for the investigator to say, I found the man with a pangolin in his suitcase? How would you prove that a pangolin is a wild animal? Then secondly, can a wild animal be tamed and it becomes tame? Because under the Act, it is an offense to deal in wild animals. Supposing the animal was tamed, is it still wild? Attention to detail. What is a wild animal? Abuse of office. If I carry out a procurement, by the way, I am a procurement judge in my free time. If an official carries out procurement without following procurement laws, is it automatic that prejudice has been caused to the employer? Is it automatic? You carry out a very good investigation which show that certain procedures were not followed. Is it automatic that prejudice has been caused? Because the arbitrary act must be what? It must be. What is prejudicial? It must cause. Do we have the person who prosecuted that case where the Court of Appeal recently overturned, said that for prejudicial you must prove the prejudice or loss? What case is that? Ms. Namatov, which case was that? It came out in March. Uganda versus Chiwanuka versus Uganda. That for abuse of office, it is not enough to show that someone did an arbitrary act. You must show that the arbitrary act caused what? Some prejudice or harm. So if someone handed over a vehicle for repair without following procurement procedures, but the vehicle was actually repaired, has government suffered a prejudice? What is the prejudice?
Now it is upon me to, because repairing a vehicle may cost government 2 million shillings, and this repair may have cost government 20 million shillings. If procurement was followed, maybe a proper quotation may have been received, whatever. So government puts these systems in place to protect its.
But you must prove it by evidence. Not by speculation. Yes. You must show. So it is very important that we provide the necessary detail and not be misled by the detail in the police file. Where you see that the detail is unnecessary, please sift through and in your advocacy you elicit the detail which is necessary. As I said at the beginning, trial advocacy involves a lot of skills, and sometimes it requires a fully fledged training to hone our skills and come up with new techniques of presenting a case, leading a witness, and persuading a court. But with those few words, it is my hope that I have tickled your intellect, broadened your perspectives, and that after this, we shall go back when we are more energized to do our work. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Nelson, for that expose. When you were speaking, you reminded me of a word I had for the first time, I think sometime about 3 years ago in Nairobi in a workshop. Pedagogy, the art of teaching, imparting skills. Clearly from the presentation, we can see that Nelson has that skill of how to impart knowledge. What I picked from his presentation is one, there is a fundamental difference between our advocacy as prosecutors who represent an abstract client and advocacy by private advocates who represent real physical clients. Ours is more difficult, and so I think we need to recognize them. It's talked about pleadings, disclosure, and therefore good advocacy is about your ability to unpack the mosaic in the police file and be able to convince a judicial officer that an offense was indeed committed. And he concluded by saying the devil is in the detail. So pay attention to the detail, fellow prosecutors. Let us pay attention to the details. Thank you very much, Mr. Nelson. That was very enriching. I will now turn the microphone over to Ms. Josephine Namatovu. This will be our last session. Josephine has promised to take less time than she was allocated, but you allocated 40 minutes, and I am hoping that you can take less so that we can take questions and comments from the audience before we close for the day. Members, hold your questions, any clarifications for Mr. Nelson until Josephine makes her presentation, and then we shall take all the your comments at once at the end. Josephine, you're welcome. You can speak well seated, or you can go to the podium, or you can pace around. The choice is yours. Thank you.
Good evening, colleagues. I have opted to stay seated and not pace around. And it's true I'm going to take a shorter time, and that's because Mr. Nerima has made my work a bit simple. I'm going to talk about prosecution-guided investigations, and I'll share my experiences with us. And why I say Mr. Nerima has made my presentation easy is some of the things he's talking about of having unnecessary information on the file, statements recorded to give unnecessary details, are basically the purpose why we have PGI, prosecution-guided investigations, to ensure that we only collect that evidence that is required at the trial. Many of us have experienced instances when police will go and conduct a search and recover practically everything, from documents to properties, things that are totally useless to the court. But when you have a prosecution-guided investigations, you're able to eliminate those. And there are instances when a detective can come to you, and his case is basically here on the, he just has it on his head. When you open the file to read, you can't see what he's saying. So what I'm going to share with us today is basically the definition, the way I understand it, of prosecution-guided investigations, the legal basis, the role of a prosecutor. I'll share a few challenges and successes and why we conduct the prosecution-guided investigations. Colleagues will agree with me that you start winning your case right from the stage of investigations. It is at that point that you can win or lose a case. So it is critical that we guide investigations. It is critical that we guide investigations to ensure that we are focused on reaching proper decisions. Prosecution-guided investigations, the way I understand it is an investigation approach. No, let me use mine. It's okay. Yeah, they can. It is an investigation approach where a prosecutor gets involved at an early stage of the investigation with the intention of ensuring that admissible evidence is assembled in a timely manner. It is a process during which a prosecutor continuously provides his or her analytical skills, legal advice, and assessment of the evidence in light of the elements of the offense under investigation. The advantage it has is that it ensures you see the case unfold, you see the case picking shape and grow into what you want it to be. And why do we consider these investigations important? One, it goes to the quality, and the extent to which procedures are complied with. My experience has shown that very many times defense lawyers don't care how good our cases are as prosecutors. They will instead concentrate on the procedures. Did you comply? Did the police comply with these processes of recovery, for instance, managing, storage, and preservation of an exhibit? And that is where they will put their focus, because in many cases, almost 80% of the cases that we take to court, there is merit in them, so their focus is mainly on that. And it goes again to the ability to use the recovered evidence in the investigation and eventual prosecution. Mr. Nerima has been explaining, you can have good evidence on the file, but if you do not have capacity to unpack it and present it, it will be useless to your case. And you start unpacking it at the investigation stage. And that would mean if you have a document, do you have a witness to explain what it is and tender it in court? All those you can determine at the prosecution-guided investigation level, because that document, however important it is not going to walk from your police file to reach the court file. And you need a witness to relate it to the case and give it life, basically. It's not just a document you're going to let lie on the record. All these you have to start planning at the investigation stage. Of course, it goes to these days for the human rights. I see it with banks and some companies. They will employ some rudimentary methods of getting confessions from accused persons, and they end up violating the rights of these accused persons. Now, we have had several cases, 2 of them to be exact, at SCD, where our cases collapse on the account of failure to observe the human rights of the suspects. So it is at that stage that you determine that what you have actually will pass the test. Because one of the things I always tell the detectives is your case is as good as how well you have observed the rights of the accused person. You can get a confession, yes, but what are you going to do with it at that stage? It will be useless, and the moment it is proved the accused person was tortured, he gets an automatic acquittal. So is that what we want? All these you can be able to streamline and guide police at that level. And of course, the ability to analyze the documentary evidence, especially the financial records where you have them. These are all matters you can handle at that level. The origin of prosecution-guided investigations at the ODPP, it basically started in 2004. That time I had just joined with Lino and I think a few of us in this room. And that was with the creation of the anti-fraud unit, which was the first specialized unit, which was created to handle the fraud cases. It picked shape in 2007 with the Global Fund cases, and that was when there was an urgent need to ensure that these investigations are concluded timely, and also to ensure that we get successful prosecutions. At that time, I was a member of the anti-fraud unit, and we didn't have a guide, we didn't have a precedent, and so to say, our reference point was the then DPP, the current Chief Justice. We kept running to him, getting guidance from him, but we didn't have something to follow, but he knew what he wanted to achieve. He just wanted to ensure that we have evidence that we can rely upon to sustain the cases that we had. And as time went on, we made several mistakes. We blundered as expected, but the most important thing is we registered successes that overshadowed our challenges. Over time, we picked more prosecution-led investigations, and with the more cases that we handled, we sort of mastered the practice. And those are the experiences I've been asked to share with us. I can start with the Global Fund cases. Like I said, we started in 2007, and it started with 4 teams that were led by prosecutors, and each team had its own auditors. We had specific experts attached to each team. By then we had only 2, so we are sharing the experts. We had experts from Olaf and the Serious Fraud Office from the UK, and we had officers attached from the Auditor General's Office. As I'll explain later, one of the reasons as to why prosecution-guided investigations is important is the way crime progresses these days is that it is very organized, it is executed by skilled perpetrators, and with professional skills. For instance, we've been talking about organized crimes. You'll find they have an organizational structures in themselves. They'll have lawyers who guide them on forming companies and those legal entities that they can use to commit offenses. They will have accountants to guide them on how to evade taxes. They will have people who help them manage their images, the PROs. They will have each and every category of expert. They will have IT experts. As time goes on, colleagues, you must have realized is that these days the transactions are increasingly ceasing to be manual. We use a lot of digital transactions. And with the cryptocurrencies, where all you need is a digital key and a mobile wallet, and those are algorithms that they are now using to be able to secure your money, you realize that even what we have been following as follow the money to be able to find it and link it to the crime, we are going to start following codes. But now, if you're to follow those codes, you need an understanding of someone on your team who understands what these codes are, how they are formed, how they are used. And because they use this smart-skilled approach, for effective prosecutions, we need an equally organized team. The question is, how skilled are we, and what are our capacities to manage these teams to be able to get proper cases that we can defend? I've already explained that we have continued to use other cases. I'll mention them as we go on. We have had prosecution-guided investigations for patient cases, for OPM cases, among others. And now, what is our legal basis for prosecution-guided investigations? Colleagues, prosecution-guided investigations, there are no semantics in it. And our basis for using it, it is something that we do every day under Article 120 to direct police investigations. Whether you have these teams that I'm talking about or not, you are guiding investigations. All our investigations are prosecution-guided, and that is an exercise of Article 120 of the Constitution. A few of them may take a more organized shape depending on the nature of the case, but all of us do this. It just depends on on the kind of approach that has been availed to you to use. And of course, for the guidelines that have been used today, those are the other bases that we are going to begin to use to handle the prosecution-guided investigations. Now, what is the justification for using this approach to handle investigations? The advent of the new and sophisticated methods of perpetrating crimes and the increasing complexities necessitates the increased prosecutorial interventions in the prosecutions and the greater cooperations between prosecutors and investigators. It is no longer tenable to sit and wait for police to gather evidence in whichever form and dump it on us, but rather the earlier we get involved, the better, to avoid some of those irrelevant statements that they keep creating. Of course, I've said earlier, criminals are extremely organized, they are skilled, and they are focused in what they do. And one of the things that we have to adopt as the ODPP is to use a multi-skilled approach, which I have already talked about, and this will, of course, go to the composition of your investigation team. Sometimes people think you can only use prosecution-guided investigations in corruption cases and maybe in cases of terrorism, but this is not the truth. It depends on the nature of case that you have, and the constitution of your team will depend on the nature of crime that you're dealing with. For instance, If you're dealing with corruption or an economic crime, you may need, definitely you will need an experienced prosecutor in that field. You'll need a financial analyst. You may need auditors. There are different types of audit. They could be engineering. They could be different types depending on what you want. You may need a systems audit. You may need a PPDA expert, an IT expert, a handwriting expert. Now, these may not necessarily apply if you're confronted with a land case. A land case, you may want to use the expertise of the Commissioner Land Registry, Administrator General, where it involves property of estates, surveyors and valuers. You may have to consider such skills. When you deal in human trafficking, you may need to consider the probation officers, the forensic examiners, the counselors, of course, HTI, I saw Taylor earlier, and homicides, you will need a SOCO, a ballistic expert, depending on the kind of case that you're confronted with. Now, how does prosecution-guided investigations work? One, it can either be identified by police on their own or by us. I must say that majority of these cases are identified by police, and they are aware, especially those that closely work with us at SCD. They can just call us at any time. And anytime we avail ourselves and we are able to schedule meetings and we start on a work plan. But also in most cases, many cases, not most, you may just find it necessary. If you see a detective struggling, not knowing where his case is going, you decide that you want it prosecution guided. And then what we do at that point is you assemble a team of detectives and you look for the skills that you may need. If you think you need PPDA, you ask for such an expert to be included on that team. If you think you need Auditor General, you look for that kind of help. And sometimes you will need the victims themselves. For instance, if it's a bank, they are not so comfortable sharing their systems for the obvious reasons. So you may need to use or rely on their experts to be able to get their confidence and their cooperation. So once you have a team, they are required to come up with a work plan or an investigation guide which should inform where they are going and what they are looking at. I said earlier, our roles as prosecutors is to ensure that at that level, you start to guide investigations to be able to get evidence that speaks to the elements of the offense, of the crime that you have in mind. Sometimes it may not, the case can keep changing, but you need to focus on those elements. We do have regular case management meetings during which we assess our progress and agree on charges to prefer as the evidence unfolds. And we do, it doesn't stop, I forgot to mention this earlier, at gathering evidence only, but we continue with these detectives even up to the stage of plea. Why? Because we need them to verify the sureties and the securities that are presented during bail applications. We need them to depone affidavits in objection. We need them even at the stage of disclosure. Now, disclosure, it looks like automatic. Sometimes you'll find someone photocopying the entire file, but sometimes it's not wise. We have now started blocking or putting whitewash on the telephone numbers of the witnesses. We had an experience last month. A witness came and we had availed all the statements with all the numbers. And you see, if I have a WhatsApp number and someone puts saves it in their phone, they're able to see my status. So it was actually Mr. Kabega. He saw the status of this man. He had a nice house on his status. And I can't remember what else. I think a nice car parked in front of it. So as he comes in cross-examination, he uses that status information. And he starts, are you a thief? How did you get all this? So you have to be careful what you disclose and the extent of what you disclose. And yes, I can go to our roles as prosecutors, and this is when I'll draw our attention to the guidelines. They are elaborate on this, but I'm going to just pick a few of our roles as prosecutors. Our major role is to lead or steer this investigation team. And we lead this investigation team with a view to ensuring that admissible evidence is assembled in a timely manner. We also are supposed to assign roles to the team members and ensuring that they each stick to their roles that are assigned to them. Because as I said earlier, they are picked from different government agencies. the challenge is making sure that each of them sticks to their mandate, the mandates of their respective institutions. For instance, if you are from Auditor General's office, I don't expect you to conduct a search. So you need to ensure that each one is in their lane, because if you don't control them, they may affect the outcomes of your case and the admissibility of your evidence. What are the advantages of prosecution-guided investigations? They reduce suspicions and surprises or frustrations, and this is because you work together as a team. There are no blame games of, I wish police had assembled this, or I wish the prosecutor had done this. At that level, it becomes a team responsibility. It ensures that evidence is assembled in a timely manner. It ensures that investigations are well coordinated and simplified. Simplicity is key because you have to present this evidence before court. You're not gathering it for yourselves, but to be able to present it in court. It also has provided us with opportunities to identify our training needs as prosecutors and to be able to plan for the trainings in those areas that we need the trainings. And through continued use of prosecution-guided investigations, we have registered some successes. I can speak for SED, it's the statistics that I have access to. It has contributed greatly to our high conviction rates. And for the last financial year, our conviction rate was 82%, and 47% of this percentage was from cases that were prosecution guided. And how we got this is the moment we render disclosure to the defense and they see what we have, and because we assembled quality evidence, we are approached by these people either to plead guilty or to settle for plea bargains. And this helps us churn out many of these cases that are straightforward especially. It also helps us with the recoveries. Last financial year, we recovered 10 billion shillings from people who plead guilty and those who enter plea bargains with us. For Global Fund, we are being supervised by Mr. Dumbi. By then I was in the anti-fraud section. We recovered 2.7 billion shillings. And also for Global Fund, our conviction rate was 100%. Pension cases, we had 100% conviction rates. And it helps greatly at SED to reduce the case backlog. At the time we closed the financial year, the previous one, we had only 11 cases on mention. The rest were either concluded or in prime stages of hearing. And this is because when you're confident about your case, you're even eager, your feet is light as you go to court. But there are these cases when they tell you it's going to court and it feels like you're going to the dock yourself. But once you have ensured that your case is good, every time they tell you your case is coming the other day, there is that excitement in you. Now, those are some of the benefits that we have reaped from the prosecution-guided investigations. Of course, it helps us understand our victims better, and also for them to understand our perception as prosecutors. It helps us build relationships with police and other prosecutorial agencies that I've mentioned earlier. And also, it contributes to the improved relationship with other stakeholders and the wider community, especially to understand our roles and work as ODPP. I've seen it many times. When we get to these cases and we decide we are going to have it prosecution-led, sometimes you may find it necessary to speak to the victims. And when you call them, their first response is they are surprised that they are even being involved in their cases, they are being consulted. And this is a key avenue or way in which we can be able to tell the community about what we do as an office. Now, these successes have not been without a challenge. One of the challenges of prosecution-guided investigations is that they are extremely resource-intensive. They will require, of course, sometimes allowances if investigations are to be conducted up-country. They require transport. They require, I can't read what I've written here, but they are not your ordinary kind of investigation. And also, the other challenge we have seen is that there are high risks of compromise and confidentiality concerns. We have seen this in some cases. There are times when you find, for instance, the handwriting expert report in one of the cases we handled, actually it was the pension cases. The defense lawyers received it before us, And sometimes the bigger the group, the more difficult it is to maintain the confidentiality. And you can't come out in that group and say, it has to be Namatovo, it has to be another person. Because you're so many of you, if you have a bad element, it can expose you. And the other one, which is key and which we struggled with when we first started investigation, is the temptation to exceed our respective mandates. You would see a detective interviewing a witness in a manner that you're not expecting. They are not getting out that information, and there is that urge of you want to be able to come in, but you cannot do that. The best you can do is guide. So that temptation, we learned that we had to keep away from them and just guide them on what it is that we want to enable them get it from the field. And yeah, I think those are the major challenges. I promised Tilina I would take half the time he had assigned me. Thank you for listening to me.
Ladies and gentlemen, let us give a round of hand clap for Josephine. Thank you very much. She's the embodiment of prosecution-guided investigations in the ODPP. The long and short of what I have picked from her presentation is that prosecution-guided investigations work, and they make our work easier as prosecutors. What is my one challenge I have picked from her? Challenge, do not cross the line. Do not make yourself a witness. Do not interview the witness yourself. Do not pick the evidence yourself. Let the investigator do it. Only guide them. All right, so we will now go into a plenary. This is a time when you get to give us your feedback. If you have any questions, comments for any of the two presenters, now is the time. Mr. Baxter is there. You will put up your hand so that he can bring the microphone to you. I want us to conclude this in 15 minutes or less, so that we can be out of here by 5:30. Comments, questions? All right. Either we're either too tired or the two presenters were too good. Anything? Okay. Looks like the two of you are brilliant. No one has any comment. And I thank you very much once again. That, ladies and gentlemen, concludes this last session of the day. Please give yourselves a very thunderous applause for sitting in, and also, of course, for me for chairing. I will now turn over the microphone to the MC to tell us what our program for tomorrow will be like, and if there are any other announcements.
Thank you, Chair, and our wonderful presenters for the great job you've done this afternoon. You can resume your seats. Ladies and gentlemen, tomorrow we'll have registration between 8 and 8:30. Please, let's keep time so that we're able to cover the day's work. The other communication I would like to put across is, first of all, to commend you, because they came with 200 kits for COVID testing, and 200 people were tested. Please ensure that you have your COVID test, because this week was set aside for all these events, the Symposium, and the Joan Kagezi Memorial Lecture. And we have to meet our Chief Executive Officer and our #1 employer, because the Service Commission's employers on his behalf. That is the President. So please ensure that you're tested. Now, don't go home. There is tea that you have earned. Ensure that you partake of the tea and don't leave it behind. Then in the morning, somebody lost their wristwatch, and there's another expensive phone here. Please approach and claim your property. Thank you so much for turning up in big numbers, and encourage you to report tomorrow here by 8 so that we can start on time. Of course, I would urge all our presenters who are mostly in-house for the first 2 sessions to keep their time and be present so that we make this symposium worthwhile. Thank you so much, Johnny Masses, but please pick a cup of tea and bite and don't leave the same behind. Have a blessed evening.